Okay, I am here, I'm here. Just got to... There we go. And there we go, there we go. There I am. I made myself a drink, but I've left it in the other room. There I was. I'll be back. I am back. Crater time? It is indeed crater time. I mean, or I could go and do a bunch of school lessons. Oh, microphone is not tight. There we go. But no, it's crater time. Hello, Gradis. Threw me off there. I thought you were salty snacks. Why are there random Pokeballs everywhere? I can't get over it. Okay, I'm gonna take a drink because I am thirsting. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave rambling at the front. I can't get over how I have the pseudo, but I just... Seriously, this might actually be, like, the worst made game that was released by a big company since, like, Sonic Boom or Sonic 06. And it is nothing like them, right? But you never get... You just don't get things like this. Class has nothing to teach you? Class never had anything to teach me, to be fair. Right, apparently there was an item up here that really bothered Stardust Piggy last time. I see it. There's two, in fact. Right, the zinc. And Ice Fang. Yeah, I mean, if you can get that right at the start of the game, which it looks like you might be able to, that Ice Fang TM could actually be really useful. Yeah, you have to drop down from here. Oh yeah, you can get that right at the start of the game. And the zinc too, if you care. You don't care. Items everyone want to speed just picking up loads. Feels like the normal ones respond to. I can't figure out if they do or if it's all in my head. I know the sparkly spots definitely respawn. But I've been trying to figure out if it's in my head or if I'm just missing a bunch of items. It's definitely one of those two things. Also, yeah, I'm sorry I was late today. I don't know, I just evidently did not feel well. I slept so late. When I tried to wake up, my alarm I just kept snoozing it. And basically the next thing I knew it was, see, look, you could have just caught one here, man. Don't need to make your old one better again. But, yeah, no, when I actually woke up, I felt really groggy. It was just like, oh, I can't do this. Everyone here's napping at me. Well, at least no work today, right? Yesterday was your last day, or is today your last day? Steel type Gumi. That's just rude, to be honest. Just a casual reminder of what we had back in Arceus that we no longer have now. Although I wonder if you'll be able to transfer it over. Everything from Arceus is in this game, right? Everything that got a regional form or anything like that. I think they're all here. Which is suspicious. Oh no, the starters aren't, but apart from the starters. Half day today due to material shortages. I was about to say nice, but it occurs to me that might not be nice. Why are there random Pokeballs on the ground everywhere? Gumi's base stats, as a fun fact, are exactly half of Goodra's. I already have a Gumi. Although the steel type one would have been funny, I won't lie. Yeah, I don't know, material shortages, like, it's like, oh yay, half day today, but your job's kind of important, so I don't know if that's a good thing. So I wonder what happens if I try and enter it over the top. Although I'm not supposed to be going in there. I guess Professor Churo's a professor. It's fine. Let's see, deliver for 4 hours. No tater means no deliveries, which doesn't hurt me directly in the moment. I know it doesn't hurt you. But depending on what you're delivering, like, that's more what I mean. Is that just a Garchomp flying around? What the hell was that? What? Hey man, you having a good day? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh, he's over there, obviously. Now, if I was a Garchomp, where would I be? Yeah, I'm doing my best to get into a battle with you, man. Why is it flying? Oh, Mycelium, I still hit? No, okay, I wasn't sure. It is only abilities. I wasn't sure if it turned things into, like, toxic level accuracy, or still hits even with digging and flying and stuff. Garchomp cannot fly. It cannot learn fly. It cannot fly. Don't do this. I'm pretty sure it's had Pokédex entries in the past that have been like, oh, it can noom through the skies, but it's never been able to learn fly. Anyway, let's just put it down, yeah? Yeah, that was weird. That was really weird. Let's not ever talk about that ever again, okay? Oh. Oh, I'm starting to see what Gratis meant about how I can't go in there early, huh? It's very far down. Well, there we go. I did not expect that Garchomp, being honest. Wait, but that was locked off. I could totally have climbed up over that. I'm just saying. But that door was locked off. I could totally have climbed up over that. Because the landing is missing a piece. Your feet hit the ground before you pull them back up. You're just a bit too close before you finally grab onto the phone. I mean, it's cool and all that you break your fall with your phone. Alright, I'm very much excited about what's in the crater. Like, the whole game's been leading up to this. Although it's really weird that it's Arvin still. Like, I don't know. The plots seemed like they were converging, but no. No, just... The other characters are going to be here, but it's very much Arvin's story still. It's like, alright, I'm fine with that. He's the best boy. This place is interesting looking. Did Penny turn the lights back on? I love that bag. So I wonder what these mean. What can I infer from these numbers? Because in my university, the first two digits were the year. Like, mine began with 17 because that's the year I started university. And then the last two digits, or the last digits basically, were your actual ID number within the year. And then between it was just all zeros. But I wonder if we can infer something similar here. But I don't know what we'd be able to infer. But I imagine that at least the 3 and the 5 are differences in years, given that... No, it was only a year and a half ago. I don't know. But the fact that Nemona's one ends with 001 suggests it might actually, inefficiently, rank based on how good they are as trainers. I'd imagine that the C and the B, or whatever, is actually what class they're in. But I imagine that the 805 and the 803 is something to do with years. Or they didn't think about it at all. Unfortunately, one of those is more likely than the others. What about them? How do we get out? Okay, well that's a problem. Does Mariah don't even want to be here? Yeah, I didn't think it would. You know, if I was climbing on this thing's back, I really wouldn't face the other way. Yeah, thanks, Arvin. Arvin once again. Best boy. I don't even know why they had the other characters. I don't know what the point was. Arvin was perfection. Dude's weird. He goes around, he beats up big things, he makes sandwiches. That was actually quite a nice little scene, though. If only it was in a slightly more finished game. I mean, this is... I'm gonna be honest. Sus as all hell. Arvin, how did you get here before, man? Should be in the middle. Oh, she never would. She never would. She's like obnoxiously congratulatory. All she wanted after I beat her last time was a round 2, you know? There was no ill will at all. It's insane how they managed to have someone who's that hyper energetic and positive about battles, but not have it be grating. I talk about the middle. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, fine. That makes more sense. Four locks. Oh my god, there's like an entire game down here. Hey, well that all looks great, but what's over here? Oh. I've never been more threatened by an inability to ride Miraidon in my life. This is so fun. They're all here. My pals. Yeah. This music's great. I suspect this area might be very different depending on the game you play. I don't know. Wow, full on Farigiraf down there. Oh! That's the same sort of crystal that Teramax dens are made of. But why? I hate those things. Well, why do we need Miraidon to get down here? Couldn't we have just had the... Oh, sick Leaf Storm. Sorry I interrupted your conversation, guys. Is that it? Conversation just gone because I picked up a TM that was on the path? Nah, it's done, it's ready. Oh, Demaya's gonna pop out the ground at a moment's notice. Yeah, this is... threatening. A naughty mint. We've all been there before. Just a Dreepy. No Dragapult. Like, something's 100% not right here. You'll note that I don't even have a mini-map for this place. I have no idea what I'm dealing with. Ganlon Berry, yo. I'd kill for a Lychee Berry. A Custap Berry would be awesome. Oh, I'd have strats as well, but a Custap Berry. Did you travel back down from Yggdrasil and Dragonquest 11? Yeah, I get that feel. Especially these weird berries around the place. Pichu fur, ominous. But yeah, like you pick up a lot of good healing items and stuff on Yggdrasil, because of course you do. Salak, nice. What it reminds me a lot of is Xenoblade. I think it's mainly because of the fact that everyone's out and following me, you know? I'm not alone anymore. Speaking of which, that makes me really want... I mean, it's a stupid thing to want, right? But I really want a Pokemon game where it's like the Dragon Quest to what Pokemon normally is Dragon Quest monsters. Where's my full-on RPG where we have to fight Pokemon? I want to know, like, how you effectively would fight a Goldhook. How would that work? But sadly, since we already had Legends Arceus and we did not, in fact, slaughter Golduck with a Claymore in that game, I doubt we'll ever get that dream. It's a shame because I'd like to know what humans would be capable of, you know? Taser. It's just, in the Dragon Quest games, right? Humans have access to magic, but in the Dragon Quest Monsters games, they clearly don't. And that works. That disconnect is fine. I can accept that. I'd really like to see what kind of elemental attacks they'd give people. White flower down here. I bet it's the only place you can get a white flower one. Because it's the only place I'm sure I've seen white flowers. Travel just feels so slow without Miraidon now. I think if I tried replaying this game, I'd claw my eyes out in the first 3 minutes. When they make you walk everywhere. They don't even give you access to running. Frostmoth, you do not look like you're in your element here. I love all the Frigiraffs that are just around. They look really weird. Favorite part of the game is the slow part? Yeah, Gratis, that sounds like you. I know what you're like. You love taking things slowly as possible. Ah, hello, Jeff. Good to see you. No, you got passed up by Bisharp. Sorry. Tropius too. We just really needed to increase Bisharp's base stat total by like 50 points. It was very necessary, you understand. See, the issue is it's hard to pick up any of the sparkly spots because it's so shiny anyway. I keep missing some or thinking that there's a sparkly spot and it's not one. Okay, it's not that much variance of Pokemon down here, which is interesting. What's especially interesting to me, though, is how many of these Pokemon are Raichu. No Pikachu, no Pichu, just Raichu. Oh my god, a Lychee Berry. After I begged and screamed for one as well. Did you miss a lab on the right? Look, man, I'm walking. Let me walk. I'm having a good time. Seriously, that's a lot of Raichu. For there to be nothing else. Yeah, I did. I walked right by it. Actually, I don't think I walked right by it. I think I came from up there. So no, I hadn't missed it. I simply hadn't gone this way yet. So many stones! So many shiny and dusk stones. Why? For what purpose? Yeah, you're not gonna miss these labs if Nemona's gonna be like every time you find one. Just sell them. Nah. Arvin, what? Oh. Penny, I already have one of those, to be honest. It's okay. I already got one. Okay, but I've already got Glamora. Giving you stones for capital punishment purposes? Oh, definitely. I just wish they'd update it so that Eevee used stones in all of its forms. Why'd you even ask for my help? What was the actual point of that? Was that just to flex on me, Nemona? That was... Why didn't you just do it yourself? Complete waste of my time. I still haven't picked up an Earthquake TM anywhere. Interestingly, we still haven't seen Glimmet, but they've shown us Glamora twice now. I mean, obviously I've seen Glimmet, I've got one. Found one. Mass Outbreak. So my middle fingers are... You know what? Ridley, I will give you that one. That was obnoxious as all get out. That was a complete waste of my time. At least I got 4 Glimmet crystals, eh? Why are there always just balls in the floor? How does that happen? They're always in, like, the center of rooms. How? Just where they belong? It is not where they belong. How did they code this game? Is that the ball of the first Pokemon in my party? So that if I need to throw it with an animation, the game's already got it loaded? I don't know, Turo. I think I should leave you down here. This is suspicious as all get out. Yeah, Hilda's caught an Ultra Ball. Best way to check by far is to put software up front. And then leave and then go back in. Yeah, no, this is not okay. Arvin, what are we doing down here? Look! It changed! It's a luxury ball now! It's the ball of the first Pokemon in your party. Presumably so that if I try and... Well, I'm not allowed to throw it in here, but presumably so that if I try and throw it, the asset is already loaded. Yeah, look! You can see it change in real time! What the hell? That's just weird. At least it explains why there's Pokeballs constantly around the region. Finally got an answer for that. Oh, sorry, I thought you were all turning to talk to me. That's a good story, Arvin. Well, I have to just sit and wait, because if I pick up that Pokeball, they'll stop talking. Okay, good. Yeah, Arvin, I think there's something up, to be honest. Trying to figure out which side I want to stay on. I think I want to move over to the other side. There's no way I'm doing the right thing by undoing these locks. Sparkling Power 3 effects Masuda method. Oh, they've actually got a thing to increase your shiny rate? Like an O-Power? I'm very out of touch. O-Power is a... Oh, there's a Pokemon right there. Arvin, why don't you just go get this one? Sandwich? Oh, I've never made one. I've never cooked a sandwich. Never bothered. Game ended up being quite balanced for experience without me shoving my Pokemon into affection ranges. Sucks that they don't love me as much as they would have if I made them sandwiches, but you know. It makes sense, because I wouldn't love someone who didn't feed me. Dragon Claw, I mean... Nice, I guess. Well, I guess we'll find out, huh? Yeah, Arvin, did you not want to comment on any of this when we fought Iron Treads? I don't get why I get like 3 awakenings from those. I really wish they'd gone all in and made them chests instead of Pokeballs. There are chests in Coliseum and XD, but not only that, it would have made Gimmighoul make more sense as a mimic. As it is, I don't really understand Gimmighoul at all. I don't know what they were going for. Maybe I'm just supposed to be a moron. Who chucked a bunch of CDs down here, by the way? Like, why are there TMs everywhere? Why is Flame Charge down here? What? That's an early game move. I'm picking up some really late game stuff, and then Flame Charge? I mean, yes, like, some Pokemon might want to run it competitively, I guess, but I doubt it. Only kind of if they don't get agility. Did you get rid of a bunch of indie recordings? Yeah, I'm getting real. Flame Charge does sound like an indie recording that's gotta go, so yeah. You might be onto something with that. Well, I can't climb up there without my ride on. Talonflame's near. Lab. Whoa, full Garganackle. I don't know, Glamora, is it supposed to install this feeling of in me? Because it just doesn't. I don't know, Glamora's the only time in a game I've ever caught a Pokemon. I've ever caught the champion's ace without knowing it's going to be the champion's ace and gone, eh, and just put it in the box because it wasn't very good. Like, if I'd ended up with a Garchomp, I would not have just gone, eh. Like, why is Glamora just so not good? They could totally have had a second pseudo with that thing, I'm just saying. I don't see why they didn't go all in. I want another Metagross type pseudo. All the other ones are just reptilian. I should clip that Garchomp bit. Well, you can always clip it after. Clip it from the VOD, it's possible. You just need to remember in like 4 hours. Nah, I'm done. I quit. Nah, I don't want to be here anymore. What's actually the point? What's the purpose? How dare they? Why would they do this? I told you! I told you there was a thing in the Pokédex that was Delibird but not Delibird. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of expected it to take its head off and just like a gun to come out. I hate it. Aw, Penny, you're here with me. Iron Bundle. Oh, they're all just gonna be iron, aren't they? Oh, no, no Pokeballs. I'm not allowed to catch it. What? Hang on, no, something's off here. Fake Out wasn't not very effective. It's not a steel type. I knew its head would come off! I knew its head would come off! And that's exactly what should happen to all Delibird. Oh, but these are weird moves. It didn't resist any of my... What? God, the shadows in the sky. Look, the shadows are garbage. Okay, the shadows are really, really terrible. I think his head should have come off, and that should have been what scared her. Rather than it just going, Lily-bird. Because I'm gonna be real, I hate these things. Actually, what should have clued us all in is that as soon as someone saw a Delibird, they should have tried to fire a pistol at it, but then the bullet bounces off its head. That's the only way to treat them. At least Delibird didn't get an evolution, I suppose. Got that going for me. Still though, interesting that it doesn't appear to be a steel type. Delibird is delivering bullets this year. Reminds me of the robot Santa from Futurama, now that you put it that way. I can't get a read on what type it could have been other than normal. To not resist anything I threw at it? The only other option is ice and something that resists steel? What would that be? Ice water? Ice water could work, actually. It didn't look like an ice water type, though. Tool missile for Christmas. Exactly. Was Delibird really the one to introduce first? I'm gonna be real, I love it when there's Pokemon that aren't Pokemon. The Ultra Beasts are so fun. Pokémon Monsters and Pocket Monsters. Oh my god. He's dead, isn't he? He's dead. Churo's dead. He's definitely not okay. We're gonna get down there. We're gonna have a Mother 3 Master Porky Minch kind of deal where he's just like this really old guy inside a tub. Something's wrong. Yeah. Or he's accidentally become a Delibird. In which case he will be dead soon. Can I read these? See, this is how they should have done the Darkest Day story in Sword and Shield. Like, this is awesome, but I really don't know if I should be doing this. Thanks, Arvin. I mean, it's got my boy on the front of it. Alright, not allowed to... no. Heaven forbid I try and read any of it. I'm afraid it's all surprises from here on out. Delibird is not the one I would have started with, to be honest. Mother and father. Yeah, I'm glad it's not just me that... yeah. Picked up on that. Dead? Oh, okay. Masquerade. Oh no, I want to know the sandwich. No! When you pick up a new item, it just ends their tail. Aerialase, you've screwed me again. I'll never get to hear Arvin be like, oh, sandwich! Okay, granted, I'd rather be screwed by aerialates than by a mild mint. Few secret caves behind rocks like that? Yeah, but if all they're gonna give me is stuff like aerialates, I think I'll live. I don't think any TM in this game can only be found in one place. If I see something cool, I'll find it. If I don't see something cool, I won't find it. I have Pokédexes. What? Right, you're complete nonsensical new Pokemon. There was nothing in... Masquerade's not a new Pokemon, then. It's been around since, like, the dawn of time. The far-off historical year of 2002. God, I can really feel my throat going after talking and talking and talking. It's interesting that I'm clearly able to stream somewhat this much, but it does have a limit. At least the mints make sense, right? Because I believe they could have been growing down here. Well, that's ominous. But I guess that's where we're going after this lab over here. Okay, well, let's see the pattern. Glamora the first time, then Delibird. Oh, that's a mint. Gratis is like the fourth one I've picked up down here. Oh, well, that's lame. Yeah, Arvin did not help. Oh, no. I just saw him run away. I saw him do it. Dude turned around and ran. Well, it looks really cool down there, to be honest. A shame it's kind of spoilery that they're showing me it already, but it looks awesome. Did I get Hilda's hammer to unload? But not the rest of her? I was sure I did. Okay. Hilda, you're clearly not the optimal lead here. Iron Treads would appear to be super fast. Like, that's speedy, because his Mabostiff ain't slow. I mean, Gigaton Hammer is Gigaton Hammer. Come out with a Fire Fang and I'll take it out. But yeah, Hilda, you should probably not. Well, then again! The Delibird wasn't steel. How the hell did it get out? Anyway, Ramblin' seems like a decent show. Good that they can be burned, but I don't know how I feel about the idea of Pokemon from the literal future. Like, what happened? Since we've seen the ones from the past, but a little bit in the past. which is Arceus, but prehistoric stuff, we've got the fossils and Mamoswine and stuff, I guess, but the future's not something we've ever explored. Ultra Beasts to do with time too? No. They're from a different world. They're from a different universe, basically. They are effectively the Pokemon of another universe. I find that fascinating because it's heavily implied that we only get to meet a few of them, and that there's lots. I guarantee Ultra Beasts never make any kind of cool reappearance, but I'm just saying, the plot thread's there. Oh my god, that's why Cyclizar exists? Miraidon is so much more personable than the rest of them, though. Just did you kill the dude Squirrel for it? Hey, his Squirrel got better, okay? Pokemon grow back. He just fed it a cool sandwich. Are we not going to question why we're doing this? This doesn't seem like a good idea. Oh, I wonder if Miraidon will have a pre-evolution. Based on what he just said there. Would be super simple. Miraidon can't battle. God's sake, Nimona. Oh, I've just happened to end off the conversations at the exact time I picked up new items. Oh, okay. Chansey. I did wonder what Arven's deal was. I mean, what level are those chants? They're not there anymore. They're gone. Despawned. What in the hell happened to this Hydreigon? No, dear God, I don't give a shit about you! Are you kidding? Are you actually kidding? I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Move. Scoot now. How did they make this bad? This is impossible. What the hell? I can't hit it! No button works. Please. Right, there we go. My God. Iron... I don't even know what that means. Iron Jugulis. I love how this would not even have evolved into a Hydreigon yet. It's really cool looking. I don't think Spore's a good play. depended on his type, really. Okay, well, we're in a cave, Iron Jubilus. What if this was what I was seeing instead of High Dragon that whole time? Because there's been a High Dragon in the decks. What if it's not been High Dragon? Hey, come on, man. You're being mean now. Well, at least I managed to actually get into a fight with it finally. Goodness. To be correct. Alright, Gradus, can I just a slight thing. Can I play the game? Like ever? Hyper voice. Oh, of course. Oh my god, what am I thinking? Shoot, that's bad. This is why we don't normally use the choice scarf for wild Pokemon. I don't have a good way to weaken it, though. There's no world in which Play Rough kills it. Why? Hilda, you've never killed anything over the course of the entire game with Play Rough. Alright. Well, that's fine, I guess. This world it does. Hilda's never, ever... Right, we're finding another one. Now that I've seen that they're here. God, though, I mean, it's obviously dark, but not steel. But it's not just... Yeah, there's another one. Yeah, I don't think they're that rare. I don't get the feeling that it's Dark Dragon, though, because that's lame. Yeah, it's Dark Flying. Or has Levitate. Because High Dragon does have Levitate. I think it's Dark Flying, though. I forgot to use a quick ball, by the way. Big whoops. Hex isn't very effective, so... With its double damage, it should be... Oh my god. It should be good for weakening it, not in the slightest, okay. But the only type that resists Ghost is Dark. Yeah, it's just either got beastly special defense, or Toadscroll's kinda bad. I don't wanna say out loud which of those two I think it is. You gotta go back to sleep. This is interesting because High Dragon's original design, it was gonna resemble a tank anyway. It's why it's got these lines on its stomach. It was gonna be they were gonna be treads. So it's interesting we've ended up with this, but it's not the one that got to be Iron Treads. Dark Flying, though. Unless it's something weird like Dark Fire? Guess I'll find out now, huh? No, Dark Flying, okay. Paradox Pokemon. Juggler's an object aside from an old book. Why is it an old book? Honestly, no, I don't think I want to give it a nickname. Yeah, no. That's not even remotely where the high dragon was. The high dragon I'm referring to is the one over here. The one that's high dragon. So, yeah, no, it is actually high dragon. What's here? See, that does not help. I don't even know what I'm looking at there. But there's still like 5 Pokemon in here. There's not that many of these guys by the looks of things. Given that they can only range from Iron Treads up to 387. So I could actually figure out all of their silhouettes just now, but I obviously don't want to do that. Hey, you're getting slaughtered. Sorry. 55. Okay, this is probably the best place to grind for EXP then. I don't know what I was waiting for there. Evolution, I guess. Right, chicken, I suppose you can finally come up front. Do you have Lucky Egg? Yes, but I'm not grinding for XP right now. I don't remember where I got it, but I got one. Like, well, okay, I don't know why I'm looking through. I know I have it. I used it on chicken. Like, to catch it up. Someone gave me it, I think. You can steal them from Wild Chansey too, I'm pretty sure. Volcarona, wow. That might actually be worth catching. Lavester are kind of a pain to evolve. Well, there was a way down, but I'm just so curious about it. Ah, there's okay, there's Chansey around. I don't know if there's a way to... boost their spawns. But they don't seem like they're that rare compared to Chansey normally, so... it's probably all good. To be honest, if the sandwiches can increase your shiny rate, I am... Yes, they had a thing for encounter power, didn't they? So you can probably change the Pokemon you can encounter based on type. Sandwiches can boost encounter, yeah. Wow, so you're just supposed to catch a Glimora? Is Glimmet just supposed to be like a secret little baby? I'm so glad I caught a Glimmet. They messed that Pokemon up badly. It's simply not as cool or interesting as it seems like it's supposed to be. Oh, hello! They don't respond in any way, shape, or form. Definitely ice water then. Or at least it's part water. Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at here. That did a lot. Yo, did they make it good? I think you can safely use one more crunch. Eventually catching a Delibird. This is the only time you're ever going to see me willingly do this. I would name it something related to Nico, but I think I just want to... I think I just want to keep these ones as their weird names. I don't want to treat them like Pokemon. This is Iron Bundle. The other one's Iron Jugulus. There are only 2 reported sightings of this, but well, I guess they're both me, huh? Ice water, yeah, weird type. Oh my god, is it good? Quark Drive. Boost the Pokemon's most proficient stat on electric terrain, or if the Pokemon's... You don't really care about electric terrain, though. But you are good, Iron Bundle, by the looks of things. Like, those are some hefty stats. I think, based on the fact it's most proficient stat, that they all have that. And it's like Beast Boost. Although, what's Booster Energy? Looks like Dugong's getting a place. Angry Real Ridley. Even in Gen 1, Dugong was never good. I'm excited to finally be able to catch an Iron Treads, though. You can compare their stats, right? Like, the future's gonna be a good time. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, this is so good. Pokemon lore finally implies that Delibird eventually go extinct. That's literally all I've ever wanted for Christmas. Alright, well, looks like it's really easy to grind out Glimmet crystals. Oh, well. Okay. Just be here then. I felt special when I found you. Oh, but they just fill up this room. I wonder if it's only those two because... Well, no, I was going to say because they're the two I've encountered, but I haven't fought the Hydreigon. Metal Jugulus. Iron Jugulus. I almost wish they'd had a massive amount of these Pokemon. And it was all that was down here. And that it's eerie and quiet at first and there's nothing. Yeah, I've already seen it. I clipped through the floor. But yeah, like, Bug Fable's final area. Spoilers, I guess. It's just this sudden, horrific location. Full of monstrosities. I can't get over how much Arven is clearly the actual driving force of this game's plot. It's really not Nimona. The Pokemon League is so unimportant compared to the Titan stuff. Hydrate? Oh, thank you. My throat is not vibing. Six strata of any Etrian Odyssey game, not Title Nexus. I relate to everything you just said to me there, Ridley. Oh my goodness. Wait. Oh, it's only 2 segments. If I had 3 segments, I would have caught it just for the sake of it. I didn't look at the Hydreigon stats, actually. I wonder if they're actually worse than Hydreigons. Because if they're equivalent to Hydreigons, we kind of have a really weird case where that's basically a legendary Pokemon. One stage doesn't, you know, like, has 600 base stat total. That'd be weird. But yeah, if I came down here and it was just full of hell beasts from the future, that'd be awesome. Well, then again, I keep forgetting its name. I will not just call it Metal Delibird. Iron Bundle kind of prevents that from being too much of a thing. Horrifying and terribly powerful beast amongst morbid and inscrutable terrain. Yeah, that's exactly how Bug Fables ends off. Okay, sounds like I should play Etrian Odyssey, huh? Given that I love when things do that. Nimona, read the room, please? Yes, thank you. Why are there Garganackle everywhere? On the plus side, with these iron jugulus being everywhere, that's definitely not going to be what we encounter at the final lab. If you try regular encounters kicking ass as you go. I mean, enjoy is a strong word. But I did do the Heart Gold present only run. Interesting the implication that it has a separate battle form. Wonder how I get over there. Yo, Terablast? I mean, it's cool, but it's not that cool. Oh, I can't get around this rock. Yeah. I'd need what I don't set well. These two are the only two I've encountered down here, so. It would be kind of interesting if Iron Dreads was the last one I was actually able to catch. One thing that's really horrific, though, is that there's more than one, you know? But once again, just like Ultra Beast, this implies that this is a small subset. This isn't everything from the future. It's just a few things in the future. Goodness knows what else we've got vibing on over there. You could absolutely, if they wanted to, introduce more of these in a future game. Personally, I'd love it if they did it in a DLC. DLC ought to get to see more future beasts. I mean, I already know that one of them's Tyranitar. Unfortunately, because I've checked the decks, you know. Is that a 3-tier to Dunsparce? I think it is. Either that or the 3-tier one is even longer than I'm giving it credit for. But I don't. There's still 2 unaccounted for, and oh, they could be very cool. I hope it's not just like Pseudos and Delibird basically down here, though. That'd be weird. Like, Delibird does not deserve that much love. God, I don't know if I'm ready to go in there. I mean, there's more down. Okay. You're meant to do this first and then go down that way. I didn't simply go the wrong way. Look at all the Garganackle, though! This is weird! Isn't sequel to Mega Man Zero where all the machines become Pokemon? That's the opposite, though! All the Pokemon became machines! Apparently in the future, this is just what Pokemon are. Pokemon all die out. Full circle. Yeah. Yeah, Namona, I'm sure that's it. Are we going full horror? Yeah. When I said the stuff earlier on about Mother 3, I wasn't sure if they were gonna go there. The thing is, he might simply be dead and these are all pre-recorded rather than... I guess we'll find out, huh? Pokemon already went there with Body Horror with Lusamine and Sun and Moon, I guess, so... We could. Okay. I don't think I do, actually. I don't think I want to press it. That's different from the professor told you to. That's just you know what you need to do. Oh, I don't like those mixing ins of the wrong kind of letter. Yeah, Arvin, you maybe should have... HAL 2000, yeah. 13th floor vibes over here. That's a reference no one's gonna get. Why even say it out loud? Oh yeah, I remember that horror comic from like 40 years ago that my dad dug out copies of from before his time and gave me to read. Relatable, am I right? Yeah, Arvin, I wish you'd spoken up before I pushed the button. The 13th Floor was a comic about a computer that was it was an AI within a hotel that only had 12 floors. And basically whenever they weren't looking after their rooms or if they're gonna leave bad reviews or whatever, it took them to the 13th floor when they went in the elevator and killed them. I'm legitimately not even sure how findable it even is. First killer AI I thought of. Oh no, no. Your thing, no, Ridley. Your thing's fine. People know how. I didn't have to fight anything before I went into that room. Which is interesting because honestly, if you're gonna do that, just fling Iron Jugulus at me, you know? I'm sure there was a sparkly spot, but it wasn't. This area would look so good in another game. One that doesn't have jank shadows. Still, I mean, and This turns out to be a machine. She was a bishop instead. Bishop, yeah, bishop, yeah, bishop was alien. I'm just trying to think, because the one from Aliens is not horrific. That's the whole point. It's been a long time, but yeah. I was trying to think in my head, but it was like, no, the one from Aliens is fine. But Ridley doesn't trust him. Ridley. I was going to say Ripley, but no, it is Ridley. Ripley? Ripley. Oh my god, it's been... Okay, right. It's clearly been too long. It's clearly been too long. Ripley, yeah. I blame you. I blame you entirely. Hashtag blame Ridley. Yeah, Alien and Aliens are both such good films. That's a case like 28 Days Later and 28 Weeks Later, where it's like, I don't know which one's really the better of the two, because they're so different. You know, Alien is a survival horror, and Aliens is like a war film. I think I generally prefer Alien. The director is Ridley Scott. See, Ridley Scott's who Ridley, the Metroid character, was named after, right? Like, the connections and all that. Can I slide onto that? No. No. Yeah, for this time we're actually going to use go back up, huh? That was a sick prank to play on Penny. Cernes, yeah. Because the alien was designed by H.R. Geiger. And Gligar is based on a facehugger from Alien. Which is presumably that's where the Gar part comes from. It's Glide and Geiger, we can assume. Fun facts about Gligar that you didn't know. Because why would you know that information? No one else cares about Gligar. See, these can't be pre-recorded. That's the horrific part. Because he's answering our questions, and he has been all game, and he learned my name. See, I like this, right? Because terrestrialization, it requires Terra Orb. But this doesn't mean terrestrialization can't come back. Even though they're from here, they can easily be shipped around the world, if need be. Yeah, and I guess Penny's here too, right? With her Umbreon. No one's questioning the fact that he's in there with all those dangerous Pokemon, no? Okay. But we know that Iron Hammer is good. Gigaton Hammer. Because this is a terrible idea! Oh, Miraidon, no. This is actually super interesting, because this vibe is weird. Like, Nimona has no idea what she's in for right here, and it's actually making it much more creepy than it would be in a horror game where everyone's scared. She's so cheaty because she just doesn't know what's gonna happen. This is really well done, this bit. Miraidon, are you okay with this? Oh. I kind of forgot that was what his battle form looked like. Game is chugging, which is really annoying. Actually, this could be a problem, given that we've just opened up that gate. Oh, thank God. I thought it was going to distract us while stuff got out. Yeah, thank you. I mean, the obvious Hariyama? The obvious terrifying thing to do would have been to have us not see any terrifying Pokemon whatsoever. And just find loads of scrap metal and stuff on the inside. Don't just be- you can't be called like Iron Hands, that's a weird name. Good luck. I think I'll be okay. That's a lot of Hariyama though. It's a shame this game clearly wouldn't be able to handle it, because a horde battle would have been cool. Okay, well, we already know this thing has drill run, so with fake out we should be able to put some good work in here. These levels are very high. Okay, I think it'll need my help. Probably with the full Gigaton Hammer, huh? Iron Treads is fast, like Donphan's slow. Can none of you guys accomplish like anything on your own? Just a question. Iron Palm, Iron Fist, Iron Hands. It is Iron Hands! Ay! It's not a steel type either. I'm gonna have to save everyone's asses? Yeah, definitely. But it looks to be a fighting type, so we definitely just want to smack it with the old play rough. I don't know what its other type would be though. That's a weird Pokemon to look at. It's weird that they're not steel. Because they all could have just been pure steel. I don't know why Iron Treads is the only one that's steel. Oh god. That one's actually not strong, Arvin. They can be one-shot with play rough. I don't know why they can be one-shot with play rough. Doesn't feel right. Then again, the Fairy type was introduced to nerf High Dragon, so it's fitting. This sort of I don't know, why can you catch these already? I feel like you shouldn't be able to. The ones you catch should be the ones that got away from this fight, surely, you know? Just makes for a slightly cooler reveal if you're like, whoa, Metal High Dragon, as opposed to, yeah, I've already got one. Also, I'm gonna be real, I don't know if I should be catching them in front of people. You'd think Arvin would be like, what the hell are you doing? Yeah, my boss stuff wants blood. Or engine oil. Oh, depending on the Pokemon though, Rambling's a terrible choice. I don't think Escher's bad against any of no, the Delhi, but Hilda's just always the best choice here. Oh, she's not against Iron Treads actually though. I don't really have an answer. Like, none of my Pokemon are good against all of them. Oh, he's alive? This is... This is the eeriest vibe I've ever gotten from anything in a Pokemon game. I thought he was going bald, but no, dude really just has his hair like that. Alright, nothing's ever filled me with as much fear as someone just whipping out a Master Ball and not mentioning it. It's amazing how little gameplay things can do stuff. Like, okay, in an RPG, when you see someone do like 9,999 damage, you're like, yeah, whatever. But depending on the point of the game you're at, seeing them do like 2,000 can be really threatening, you know? Sometimes the damage cap is too much. And I feel like game developers don't always realize that. But that Master Ball that's pretty good. It heavily implies that Miraidon did not wish to be caught. You know, it didn't have a choice. What, really? That's crazy. Yeah, he's dead! He's dead! Did I spawn gas earlier? Yeah. No, because it's way too cool, Churro. Bishop really would have appropriate? Yeah. Imagine if they just called him like Professor Bishop. It's like this weird reference. Is it? I take it a churro is a type of tree. Okay? Is churro just Spanish for tree? I'll be upset. Like, I don't know. We've never had anyone just called Professor Tree before. I'm just saying. Boost energy. Yeah. That's the stuff. Activates all of their abilities. Why have you got the rocks? What are you doing with them? Why were the dangerous Pokemon just in here with him? Because they were. There's not very many rooms in this place, you know? They were just in that room with him. No longer exists. Do you ever just have to avoid the word death by making it sound so much worse? His physical body received grievous injuries that left it unable to sustain life? That's a horrible way to word that. Imagine if they put that in the news when someone gets hit by a car. After being hit by the car, his physical body received grievous injuries that left it unable to sustain life. No! I think Arvin will be fine. Sandwich to teaching. Huh, interesting. Maybe Churro isn't the one who's named after a tree though. There's several professors in this game. I feel like Clavel is the more likely candidate. But I'm sure Churro's the one that I met in the opening cutscene, no? Is he not the one who was like, this is a Pokemon? This is why you don't have like 50 professors. I'm not gonna remember which one it was. So it's like a snack machine but through time. This is fascinating. Like, they explained why humans can't do it. It's not like it's a Terminator thing where it's like, oh, it's literally only mechanical things that can do it. But it also kind of is. We can only do it through Pokeballs. They can go through and hopefully catch stuff. This would make way more sense if he was trying to pull stuff from the past. Like, stuff from the past is like Yanmega, Cradilly, Mamoswine, Tangrowth, like, they vibe in the modern day. But no, dude's just there like, I want metal killing machines. That is purely organic time travel. At least anything. Oh, sorry, it's the other way around. Yeah, that's why they had to have the skin on them. But then why did their clothes not? Ah, whatever. I got it the wrong way around, but you know what I mean. I guess clothes don't pass for organic, or they were just really proud of Arnold Schwarzenegger's ass. Time travel is always screwy. Well, it kind of has to be. Because like even Chrono Trigger, which is like a flawless game, time travel, it's not consistent. But that's okay. So long as something never outwardly sets a rule and then breaks it, I think people are okay with time travel plots, you know? Okay. Do you mind if I pick up my Pokeball first, though? Because I appear to have dropped it into the ground. It was an impressive ass. I can't remember if they did it in Terminator 2 or not. If we got to see the whole naked scene with the ass. This place is funky. The camera also doesn't quite move straight. I'm holding it just directly left this whole time. You see, it kind of moves down, but if I move it just a little bit, it kind of moves up. It never moves straight. This is something. Alright. I guess the final Pokemon we've not seen yet is going to be the ace here, huh? Sorry, Churro, I thought I was supposed to interact with that. I just started climbing on your time machine. Climb machine. I mean, so long as it's a battle machine and not like, you know... Then in that case, to be honest, I don't think you're going to be very hard. Gila's ace is really rubbish. I don't know why they messed up so badly with Glamora. Why is it not another pseudo? Honestly, Glamora should be the middle stage of what is a much cooler Pokemon. But whatever. I'm not a game designer. If they wanted to have a really lame Pokemon as one of their capstone things, who am I to judge? By the way, I've been picking up items in here, right? Like, actually good stuff. No. Not quite. Ah, bright powder, go on. No point in putting it on you. But it might help Hilda get up a sweep. Okay. Why will he attack me when it's only his ID that can be used to turn it off? Just saying. That's a bit weird. What's interesting in Pokemon games is that the strongest trainers are always people like... They're always like scientists and stuff. They're not... Whereas that doesn't really fly in regular RPGs. You could never have someone like Churro. Oh lord, he's got tons of them. Where the hell did Iron Moth come from? I thought I'd seen them all, apart from one. Hidden caves and such. Yeah, I don't know if you can... I don't think you can encounter Iron Moth before now. That seems strange. He's got 6 Pokemon. And I probably don't know the types of any of them. Or he might just have all 6, and in that case, we already kind of know Hilda is not good for sweeping here. It's faster. It's got Fiery Dance. We're screwed. Fiery Dance is so bad. Oh, I shouldn't have gone for that. Okay. Bad play. Oh god. Crab. Gotta be the crab. Oh, this is bad. Hilda. I mean, maybe I'll do something stupid, you know? But I doubt it. I should've just gone for Gigaton Hammer. I really hoped he wouldn't do that. I might not be able to get past this. Type even is it? It's gotta be fire. No way. My one hope is go back. And even then I gotta go with Shadow Ball. I don't know if Torch Song's a good play. I don't know if Skobeck even outspeeds. Skobeck doesn't outspeed. Yawn. Yeah, thank God. That's it. That's all I had. Not messing around here. That did so much. I just need to hope it sleeps for a couple turns, eh? Okay, well it won't have Flash Fire because it will have... I don't remember what it was called, but it will have that ability. And it's probably got Booster Energy. What do I do? It's faster. Just leave this here. Thank you very much, Pyro. You're not immune to fire though, are you? Where you're actually my fastest Pokemon? This is it. This is all I've got. This is all I can think of. Oh, thank God you lived that. Right. But will you live another? I actually don't know. Good luck for the fight. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, Pyro. Hyper Potion's enough. You gotta live another, and then you gotta outspeed, and then, quite frankly, you gotta one-shot it. But all I can figure out about it is that it's a fire type. I don't know what its other type is. It looks steel, but they all look steel. We have to go for Rock Slide, it's all we've got. God. No, I don't understand them at all, mate. I guessed. I got lucky. Very lucky. Iron Thorn? What the hell is Iron Thorns? Are there way more of these than I thought? Okay, it's Tyranitar, but Iron Thorn suggests grass. I gotta have faith. I gotta have faith in my gut. Bad gut. Bad, bad gut. A rare one to say the least. Yeah. Did I hold the Master Balls? Makes sense. Oh my god, it's got Earthquake though. I still don't know what type it is. Tyranitar's normally weak to ground. We hope for that. Yeah, I should have gone for high horsepower. Might have been able to get off a sweep. Iron Bundle. Right, that's water ice. But at least it's not threatening, you know? Like, I've seen goofier stuff in the world than Iron Bundle. I'm glad I caught you. Freeze Dry's gonna hurt, but not that much, right? Yeah. Right, we gotta get off 2 Dragon Dances and hope we can set up a sweep here. No skate. That works out for me though, man. But it also works out for you. I gotta put up a third one. I gotta pray. Oh, come on, chicken. You've never come in clutch at any point. It's broken. It's broken. It doesn't work anymore. Churro, did your AI just catch fire? I'm okay with that. I'm alright with that. If you want to just keep spamming Snowscape, good with me. What happened? Freeze Dry would have KO'd me by now. Okay, we've got this in the bag at least. Thank God. Why? What happened though? Seriously, I've never seen a Pokemon AI do this. His Volcarona, sorry, Iron Moth was actually threatening. Did he really open up with the only new ones, by the way? That's kind of lame. What does that mean? The snow stopped. The temptation to let it put up another snowscape for me, but I won't. Right. Time to just slaughter everything that remains. Iron Hands. Oh god, I never learned its type. Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't need to know its type. Because the game has this stupid thing where it tells me its type. This would actually be a threat. But I know that Glaive Rush is fine. You know? It's clearly not pure fighting though. Because none of the other ones are single typed. At least that I've seen. Icicle Crash. Oh, finally! Awesome, can get rid of Ice Fang. Okay, this is a fight I don't think I would have won without the sweep. I wonder which one he caught at the start. I assume it's Iron Moth he caught. Is he really going to end off with Iron Treads? I don't know, kind of dull to be honest. Like, Iron Treads? I've seen Iron Treads. Uh-oh. I don't know if that's true, man. If you didn't use Snowscape for 78 turns, maybe. I didn't expect a new Pokemon. Oh, thank god. Okay, this is the only one with booster energy. But still, this is really cool. It's a combination of Gardevoir and Gallade. And I don't know what type it is. Glaive Rush is the best bet. I didn't expect Fairy. I did not expect Fairy. Oh god. Features the main inclusive one. I really like that it's a mixture of Gardevoir and Gallade. It's caused me to realize that actually I would have liked if some of these were mixtures of other Pokemon a bit more. I think it's boosted its attack. Spirit Break! Come on! Something else gets access to that now? That's such a good move! Okay, so it's not Steel. It outsped. Does that mean it's boosted its speed? Or does that mean it's just fast? I don't know. I have 165 Hilda, if you can... Okay, we can figure out, maybe, part of its typing with a fake out. You know what? We can only figure out its typing in a bad way. Much better to... No, it's faster. Oh god. Brick Break's gonna KO. No way Asher lives a Brick Break. I think it's Fairy Fighting. That would make sense actually, that'd be a combination of the two. Fairy Fighting. Max revives. Not got any. If I just hit it with Icicle Crash, I would have taken it out. I can never remember if fighting resist steel. I don't think it does. I think Hilda is actually the best play. Just don't get one shot. If you get one shot, we're screwed. Get one shot, we're done. Chad Whale, okay. Because I don't have any X defense. I haven't had any like all game. We are relying on a prayer right here. But quite frankly, if Escher lived, Hilda should live. I can't believe it's Fairy. Where's Kerplunk when you need it? It speeds everything, there's no point in Kerplunk. What if it has Steadfast? No, it doesn't have Steadfast. I already know it doesn't have Steadfast. Come on, Hilda. That's so strong. That was tight. That was really tight. I love how the entire, like, middle section of his team was just nothing, because I swept them. But oh my god, his first and last members. Very fighting though. I'm trying to figure out if there's a theming then. He asked me if I'd figured out. And I haven't figured it out. Either one-shot Tinkatana, you die. Exactly. Especially if you're weak to steel. If you're weak to steel, you're going down. Bit late, Arvin. Oh lord, I did not expect it to have one final thing. I wonder if it has legendary level stats. Because that's probably what he was getting. Miraidon, you're gonna have to help me! Because he was caught by you, it's the same Pokeball. This is horrific, by the way. Especially for Arvin. I relate a lot. I do not have a good relationship with my dad, but I'd rather he didn't turn into crystals, bug out, and then die. In front of me. That'd be weird. Oh, sorry, that's not what he's doing at all. Why does this have to be so good? Miraidon, you gotta help. Can't access my key items. Then I'll fight it with my fists. God, Arvin was kind of right though. His dad does seem to have been a tremendous asshole. Can I get Inner Captain Falcon? It looks like it. I'm not allowed to access my battle items. Miraidon's been here the whole game. At the bottom of that list, and I've always wondered why. That's so cool. I was thinking I'd have to get it out of the key items bag. I forgot it was there the whole game. You gotta protect us, Miraiden. Even though I'm gonna be real, you look so much cooler in your current form. Hadron engine. Oh my god, it makes it electric terrain. Terrablast. Electric Dragon. I expected Steel Dragon. Sorry, I want to check out a dragon. Good lord, I hope mine's stronger. Uh-oh. I got nothing here. I mean, if it's Electric Dragon, Electric Drift does nothing. I gotta go over Power Gem. I've never seen Terrablast's animation. That kinda hurt. My biggest hope is that this battle's at least somewhat scripted. But then again, the one against N isn't. I'll whip out the healing items if I need to, Churro. I love how they have completely different moves. Hang in there. I'm gonna use Endure, the taunt wore off. Can't put the wool over my eyes. What if I didn't have healing items? Oh, thank God. Right, okay. It's faster than me, though. It's a bit late for that, though, Penny. I'm on 1 HP! I'm on 1 HP! So they can do it. They can raise all my stats in one go. Cloth, you got something you want to say to me? Yeah, we're gonna endure first, because I don't know what it's gonna throw at me. Hoping it's Hyper Beam. Yeah, I would have died, guys. Penny, I would have been killed. Oh, they boosted my speed. Well, let's finish this the way they want me to. trying to figure out just how scripted that is. I guess Miraidon's been eating enough sandwiches that it might just live on 1 HP every time, but then why give it Endure? But if you lose that, it's not like you can just go back to the nearest Pokemon Center, you know? Not sure how scripted. I didn't win on 1 HP. Well, I'm just saying that felt. Like, that taunt wore off very quickly, and it wore off just in time to use it at a cool moment. That's fine. To be honest, Arvin, do you really want this guy as your dad? Like, your dad was a horrible man, we've learned that, but this guy's nice. And you can't really just pretend he's your dad as a result of that. I don't think he did. Based on what you said about the fact that he tried to kill anyone who was gonna shut down this machine. And you were like, did he truly care for nothing more than this machine? No, no, I don't. You can't throw that one at me. Doesn't work. See, it doesn't work. Arvin's not having it either. Could you leave your Master Balls here, though? Specifically, the one with Iron Valiant in it. Iron Thorns and Iron Moth, I'll take two, though, man. I'll pass on Iron Hands. I'm sure I can find one. Nimona and Penny let a few go. Whereas the others, I choose to believe they're not here. Because it's concerning if they are, because it means we've not actually solved anything. Unfortunately, they have to be so I can catch them. In a prologue main game time. It's not Dragon Quest 9, man. You wish. The sudden temptation to play through Scarlet so I can see the version exclusives for that game, like, where they're supposed to be seen. But I won't. I'll live knowing that I got to see these ones instead. Yeah, I don't know, Nimona. It doesn't do it for me. I thought it was cooler when it was on all fours. No, he's... Guys, he's gonna shut down. Why am I allowed to take Miraidon with me anyway? You know, every other time you catch more than 6, you have to transfer one away. But Miraidon, I'm allowed to keep. And I have been all game. Scarlet exclusives for the irons are funky AF. Yeah, I imagine so. Because with the difference between the two games and what I know, what little I know, I imagine that Scarlet focuses more on the past than on the future. Which is kind of weird because it's like we've already got stuff from the past. We got Mammothsvine and stuff. Are we, there we go. Like, we've already got Mammothsvine and stuff. They're from the past. We got the fossils. They're from the past. So like, I don't really know how we can do that. Nimona, I want to go home and have a sit down. I would not leave Arvin. I would not leave him. I would climb inside his backpack and live there. Uwu? That little Uwu mouth was the best decision I made all game.
See tonight, it could go either way. Hearts balanced on a razor blade.
Am I allowed to play this? Do I need to talk over this constantly? I feel like I'm not allowed to play this. I feel as soon as they're singing, I have to talk. I don't want to get... Why? What? This is not the credits music I expected in the slightest. I have to just awkwardly talk over it. What the hell? Alright. Well, whatever floats its boat. Well, I guess we're done here, huh? That was a good game. Done? No, that's it done, Gratis. That is it done. You can shut your face. The game has been beaten. The credits are literally rolling. It's done. Doesn't matter how much I still have to do. The game is beaten. The game is won. I still need to get the, I need to complete my decks, and I need to do all sorts of things like that, but no, this is what this signifies. I know you don't understand that with your love of Dragon Quest IX, but in normal games, when the credits roll, right? That's not normally when the game begins. Dragon Quest IX is a weird exception to the normal world of game design. Pokemon 3D visual and VFX selection. Pokemon 3D visual team, right, you guys. I don't know if it's your fault or not, but someone in here, right? Someone in here messed up. Also, I love how even the credits are like... Like, even the credits don't run smoothly. That's actually horrific if you try and read it. It gives me motion sickness. Earthworm! I love you, you weird thing. Seriously, what is Earthworm's deal? ILCA, didn't you guys suck? I guess they're getting credit because they helped port it over to a new language, new engine. There is no world in which this VOD doesn't get flagged by Twitch. No world. That's not what I would have put the Pokemon League if the creator's that dangerous, I'm just saying. I appreciate that the Pokemon League's only like 3 rooms big though. Ken Sugimori, you're doing good work. I didn't see him. No, James Turner, he is still there. I was like, oh my god, is he not there? Did they fire him? No, he's still there. But the question is he there because he's getting credit for Pokemon he designed in the past? Or is he there because they still let him design Pokemon? I don't know. He was in charge of like everything, design-wise. He was the design lead for Sword and Shield, and a lot of things got blamed on him as a result. But yeah, as a result, I have no idea. They don't really tell you who designed which Pokemon, you know? James Turner's just come out a few times and be like, oh, I designed Braviary. But for the other Pokemon, we really don't know. I can't get over the fact that for Gen 1, though, they just made the sprites first. It's even funnier when you consider, like, really? They made that Charizard sprite and they were like, yeah, that's good, that's what we want. That's the design we're after here? Okay. Why are the credits not working properly? Why are they so jumpy? How do you make your credits chug? I don't know what to say about that game. I don't know how to rank it. I don't know how to rate it. Did I enjoy it? Yeah. Was it fun? Yeah. Was it good? I expected a Pokeball there in the middle. Oh, I'm well gonna get copyright struck by Ed Sheeran. He's coming for me. But yeah, like, was that a good game? Is that what I played there? I actually don't know. Would it have been a good game in a few months? Yeah, to be honest. Definitely would have been. But is it a good game now? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know if I can call it a good game. It's a difficult one. Oh, I don't get to see that for very long. Okay. Hope you enjoyed what you saw. Zoomed right past it. I didn't hit a button. I just went. Master Arvin. GG, yeah, we're done. Yeah, sorry, Miraidon, we're gonna leave you in there if that's okay. I thought it was cool that you came out to help and all, but like, meh. Anyway, I got a Pokédex to look at, actually. Miraidon's right at the end, but yeah, as expected, Iron Valiant's here. This is presumably, yeah, done for Scarlet. That's actually really cool. I have no idea what I'm looking at there. But that's presumably the final thing you fight against in Scarlet. And there's still slots in here. Whereas the Scarlet stuff must all be in here. Up top between, and, I feel like I'm so close to figuring out what this is. We got kind of a Hitmonchan, Ledian kind of vibe. But I just can't see it. You hate it? You physically cringe at it? Well, that probably means it's amazing then. Given that you love this waste of Pokédex space. Iron Hands. What type are we looking at here? I would never guess electric. Huh. Look, right, King Gambit. Not only do I not think it adds anything good to Bisharp at all, right? But I have serious problems when they give evolutions to Pokemon who are already fine. Bisharp's already good. It's not great, but it's good. It's not suffering. Do you know what was suffering? Girafarig, Primeape, Dunsparce. They were all terrible. Like, why include things like Tropius in this game if you're not going to give them an evolution? But give one to... I don't get it. I don't understand it. How do you even evolve it? Like, that's another thing. You know what would never have crossed my mind to evolve? Something that evolves at level 52. I would never have thought, you know what that needs, actually? That needs to evolve again. Iron Moth, what are we looking at? Fire... Fire Flying? Fire Poison. If this thing had levitate, it'd be a monster. Thankfully it does not. Kill 3 Bisharp leaders with a Bisharp holding lead. Why? Rock electric. Oh, we're doubling up on the electric? They kept the rock part at least. Oh, if I hadn't gone with X-Scissor, the crab might have actually been able to sweep him. These are cool though. So there's 7 of them. And if there's 7 of them in Scarlet too, then that still means I have... Imagine grass not damage onto Dondozo? How heavy is it? It's not that heavy. it's not that heavy. 485, let's look at King Gambit. Oh, I'm not allowed to look. But like, yeah, Bisharp's already a third of that. I don't have a lot of Pokemon that would be heavy, but like... Yeah, that's heavier. Dondozo's just not that heavy. I guess it's mostly... why is it not that heavy? Look at it, it's 39 feet long! Is it just... What? I don't understand. I don't get why it's so light, but it's not heavy. I think the Pokemon that takes the most damage from Grass Knot is like Golem. It's possible it's something else. I can't tell what that is. Or what in the hell I'm looking at there. A lot of funky stuff here at the end of this dex that I still know nothing about. But yeah, well, yeah, hang on, look. Let's look through the gaps, okay? This is Dino to Hydreigon. This is Braviary. This is Glalie. This is Dragonair and Dragonite. This is, Toxapex. This is Clawitzer. This is Skrelp. This is Bruxish. This is Luvdisc. Yeah. This is Gastrodon. This is Palisand. This is Stonejourner. 316, 317, 318 are Larvitar, Pupitar, Tyranitar. This is Dragapult. This is Hatterene. This is Salamence. This is Volcarona. This is Sandaconda. This is Fortress. Just making sure there's no gaps that aren't pointed out. This is Weavile. Nope, Skuntank, I know what you are. This is Zoroark and Zoroark, apparently. This is Dedenne and this is Pachiri, so yeah, I've already looked at these. This is Espeon. This is Charcadet's other evolution. This is Riolu. This is Fracture. This is Drifloon. This is Swallow. This is Barraskewda. This is Gabite. This is Appleton. This is Ampharos. This is Steenie and Serena. Gengar, Hypno, Gallade, Dreadnought, Masquerain, Blissey, Corvisquire. No, I haven't done all... well, I don't know if I've done all the stakes. Right, my point is... and then the Fletchender, Talonflame, and Jumpluff. Why have Paldean Pokemon if you're only going to do Whipper and Tauros? Only Whipper and Tauros. It's 32 total. I don't remember asking. But yeah, I thought there'd be a lot more than 4. Actually interesting that you move in a grid-based way when you're crouching. But only when you move one step. You spent no, I just like the immediate thing I tried. No, I'm afraid that you just don't. Like that's me rotating the thing. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. Is there an actual way to find those stakes without you know, just finding them? Also, I love how the map there just completely did not display the right map. It was still displaying the map of Area 0. I guess Clavel wants to see me. Is that really looking at the map and saying, ah, this looks a good place? Yeah. This school's so weird because I've never really come here and it felt like it was going to be more important than that. Oh yeah, he called me here. Sorry, I was about to just leave. Finally is right. Master Ball? Yeah. Bit late. Not late at all. Bit late. But also, like, it's not always been, like, I've already got Miraidon. It's just the beginning. If you don't stop saying that, I'm gonna ban you. This is not just the beginning. Also, I guarantee I don't use that Master Ball unless I, like, have to catch a shiny or something. I just never bother with them. Their biggest purpose back in the day was always just to deal with roaming Pokemon, rather than actually having to catch them. No, you're busy. Do you know what you should be busy with really, Geeta? Catching a better ace. Like, her ace is something that should be used as a lead. I don't know, as soon as someone's a CEO of multiple things, you have to question if they actually have to do any work. You handpicked Larry? Find him at the Gloomy Clothes store. It's just, I didn't get the feeling Larry wanted to be there. And Arvin, you found more Titans or something? Alright, Arvin, I have literally no idea what you're... But sure. Maybe one day I'll do these classes. I doubt it. I doubt it very much. I did one, they sassed me. They were like, oh, is water good against fire? I was like, right, okay. Academy for up-and-coming talent, is it? Oh, God. Okay, it's only the gems that need to be redone. Interesting. Because you're separate from the others, so I wondered. No, they're all habitat unknown. Including the ones I've actually caught. Ah, I guess we got things to catch then, huh? That's 12. I don't think 12 is the longest name we have on a Pokemon. Pretty sure Fletchinder was the longest name. That's only 11. No, it must be 12. Oh, Crabominable. Yeah, he's who got the list first, isn't it? 4, 6, 8, 12. Yeah, 12 is... I guess 12's tied for the longest then. Well, now I wonder if Delibird Presents sells anything new. At the very least, they should be selling something more interesting. Just change the name to Iron Bundle Presents. This never updated. No, nothing new, it doesn't look like. Actually, I'm not certain if they were always selling a smoke ball. But that's a terrible thing to give me now. Can't buy Master Balls? Rigged. I love how immediately after we were there and it was like, you know, it's like, oh, you really shouldn't go alone. We need 4 of us. The first thing I'm going to do is go right back down. This is called being intelligent and having good survival instincts. No, please. Ah, okay, good. That's not so slow to explore. Yeah, I can actually use Miraidon now. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, I guess we'll just cycle around and look for what we're looking for. A shame it doesn't have its own map. Okay. And climb walls because yes. Oh, true, there might be stuff up there. Yeah, look, Iron Bundle was definitely not here before. Like, that would have raised some questions at the time. All things considered, these guys did a terrible job keeping these under control. Like, Nimona and Penny, that was dreadful. I can't wait to see what all of their stats are like. Like, I wonder how usable these are. I mean, they're a lot better than, no, not pointing hands or anything, they're a lot better than rambling. That would have been embarrassing if I clicked the Master Ball. Yeah, none of them... I'm really sad none of them get Dex entries. I kinda wonder if they get Dex entries in Scarlet, if you trade them over. Oh, you can just run out of your electricity like that. Haha. Now, how do I go about actually entering a battle with you? This game. No, get back, get back, get back. Why has it gotta be this way? Like, come on! There we go. I didn't use a Master Ball and all legendary. I have never... what I used my Master Ball on in Pokemon Y was a Scatterbug. It was shiny and I was like, oh. Speaking of shiny, I take it these guys aren't shiny locked. No records exist of the species being caught. Then I'm gonna be real. Why I gotta catch it to complete the dex? I feel like they just shouldn't be in the dex at this point, you know? But yeah, I assume they aren't shiny locked because they're just here in the wild, but at the same time it'd be weird to find a shiny one. Not that I've found a shiny all game. No, no, no. Twice in my life, that's good enough. As in they're shiny locked, or as in it'd be weird to find a shiny one? They're not shiny locked. Do they have cool shinies? In fact, speaking of which, since you'll know everything about the shinies at this point, Gradus, that threw me off. That was a Volcarona. I take it, do shinies appear on the overworld like they did in Arceus and Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee? Or do you actually have to start battles? Okay, that yes is way too fast. Prefer the Scarlet exclusive ones. Oh, you're gonna have to get both games, aren't you? But they make no sounds, you have to keep your eyes peeled. Oh, okay. Did they at least do the thing, the twinkling thing? I mean, biggest fear therefore is that I actually have seen a shiny and I just haven't noticed. Only when you encounter them. Okay. Also, I take it there's actually no time you can ever get a wild Glimmet, huh? You have to catch a wild Glimora. And, also, Tyranitar is a Pokemon I've caught in a Master Ball before. Because there's no better way to end off Colosseum, quite frankly. That a Glimmet's on top of a huge mountain. Okay. You ready for some sick lore about Iron Thorns? Cool. I don't know, come on, give me dex entries about how, like, it's strange and I don't understand it, but it could crush skulls. Also, Iron Treads, if you're seriously the last one I catch, I swear to God. It's just gonna be weird at that point. Gosh, trying to find a shiny for something like a Capsicid would be like hell. It's something you could easily just drive past. Also, I'm gonna be real, I don't know, it just looks like these guys are kind of vibing together. So, I don't know if trampling all over the Paldean ecosystem is something we really had to worry about. But they're having a good time. Trying to find a shiny Frostless earlier. That's a bizarre one to be specifically going for. You a big Frostlass fan? You're behaving for the camera? Oh, they did it because it was a horde. Yeah, that's another thing I wanted to ask. Do hordes have an increased chance of being shiny? Because they did in Arceus, if I recall correctly. They don't respond to me existing. Why? Until shiny appears. I can't tell if that's a no or not. I feel like that's actually a no. I feel like that's a... Well, they're not easier to find. Or they're not more likely, but they're easier to find. Frickin' Bisharp. you want the secret cave location for one? Right, the thing is, I don't think you're correct on your cave location stuff. I don't think they're only found in caves. I feel like all of them are found elsewhere. Also, I don't really know how you're going to be able to give me directions in here. You're welcome to try. In a rocky part of Zone 3. Zone 3? This place is split up into zones? Oh, we're going down. There was something I wanted to pick up down here. Yeah, this cave. I couldn't access over here last time. Huh. Okay. I suppose I forgot that there were warps in here. Hey! Yeah, if there's one I expected there'd only be one of, it was not Iron Treads. Sorry, mate. It was Iron Valiant. Why you gotta be difficult even now? I don't want to use Earth Power in case it KOs. And it probably won't, because Rampant isn't very good. It would have, for once. Ramblin', I swear you're better than you ever make across, but my god, you do not show it. Vibin'. Finally got Iron Treads after all this time. Overheat? No, you cannot learn Overheat. Stop trying to learn all the high-powered fire moves at the end of the game. You don't need them. Torch Song's busted. Sightings of this Pokemon have occurred in recent years. That's not good. That's very not good. I should actually look through their dex entries in order. Because I bet they start from... Yeah, in fact, I'm going to do that right now. I bet they start from nobody's seen this to people have seen this. 2 reported sightings. Object mentioned. We don't know what this is. No records exist of being caught. As it goes on, they become less and less seen, basically. That's interesting. Not that any of them should be seen, of course. Oh, I've ended up around the backside. What's one of the Pokefair 7? Well, the thing is, Applin, the apple is just, it's not its skin or anything, it just lives in an apple. So you could totally eat the apple. Oh hey, there's Glimmet here! Not for long if I have anything to do with it. Good job, Ramblin'. How are you still killing them? Uptime, good luck? What do you mean, good luck? I feel like we should have closed that door over, to be honest, just in case. Okay, I feel lied to. There's no warp in here. I didn't expect to still be let down here. I don't like that. Don't want to go down here. I'd rather I didn't. Why is it all back up and running? No, it's nothing I can chat with. Okay. But it's all back up and running. Let's... At least you can fly out. Nah, we're climbing out. Climbing out. Climb time. Miraidon's living its best life. I'm kind of embarrassed that they didn't all have booster energy. With how badly that fight went. Kinda thought they did. And then the final one, you know, activated its booster energy and it was like, oh, I just suck. Can you climb this? Interesting. Yeah, there's one right here. It would have been significantly slower to fly out. What? Oh, there it is. I was like, no, I've seen them. I've seen them in here. Radish ration number 3. Turn left and head towards a big tree. Okay. I mean, you can't get this before the fight, right? Like, it's not there yet, would be my guess, because that's really lame if so. Oh! Wait, isn't that the cave I was in earlier? Definitely can. That's really lame. Eh? Oh, I see it. Oh my goodness. Like, I'm going real. I wouldn't have minded if you couldn't catch these at all. You had to get them through some other means, but the ability to catch them before... Nah. I don't vibe with that. Like, that final fight was only fun because I had no idea what I was up against at any of the phases of it, you know? I would have lost a lot of luster. Well, I guess we're going all the way up to the top, huh? Iron Valiant here. Well, I figured it'd be a bit of a waste of my time if you were pointing me towards one of the other ones, huh? Given that I've caught them all. No, Iron Valiant's exactly what I'm talking about. It's really lame that you can catch it beforehand. It's not in the decks with the other ones, so I thought we were done. I thought he was really going to finish off with Iron Treads. And then Iron Valiant came out of nowhere? That was awesome. That would not have that same impact if you can catch it beforehand. So close. Swing and a miss there, Game Freak. Swing and a miss. Oh, hey, Espeon. I've never seen you. Friendship evolutions are lame. I like him when I'm actually using the Pokemon, but here, nah. Just let me play the game. I'll find him. I'm exploring the cave. Not everything needs to be the most efficient thing in the world. Dusk Ball should catch up here. The thing is, the Dusk Ball fits like almost no Pokemon aesthetically, but it's just a disgustingly good ball. Balance. Who needs it? Good for you, Espeon. Kind of fits Shiny Buzzwole. Nothing fits Shiny Buzzwole. That's a nasty looking shiny. I kind of wish he used, Okay, well this is obviously something. What the hell? No, I kind of wish he used Iron Treads instead of Iron Bundle. Because seeing Delibird always puts my mood down. Also, meta the fact there's apparently a bunch of these. That's lame. I would have really liked it if there was only the one. Alright, well. Just zoom from circle center to circle center, I guess. Oh, there's one. Why are there multiple? Orpheus is gonna have a field day. Why's that? Because Orpheus loves both Gardevoir and Gallade. And they've made a combination. Glass Cannon much? Both Gardevoir and Gallade have really good special defense. What happened to that? Okay. None of these are hard to catch. That was the cool thing about the Ultra Beast, you know? And no. I don't want to give any of the nicknames. Yeah, it's interesting because it's very... It can do both. And it's fast. Okay then. Why is it one of the lower leveled ones? Iron Valiant, if you don't mind, I just want to see a couple of you. And Iron Thorns. Down to downtown, what is the other rare one? No, yeah, I told you already, I've got them all apart from Iron Valiant. I guess they all probably learn electric terrain, huh? We have a good Pokemon that can learn Present. After all these years. Yeah, I really wondered if Thunderfang, Icefang, and Firefang, nice. Yeah, I really wondered if any of them would have had signature moves, but I guess they just kind of don't, huh? Chicken, I really don't care about you. The temptation is there to use Iron Bundle instead, just because that's a meme. Almost all Dusk Balls. I don't know. If I was going to cut any of them, it would be Iron Hands. Because Iron Hands just kind of doubles up on, like, fighting and electric are both covered by other ones, you know? I can't believe there's only one that's steel. Very interesting, though. I mean, Iron Bundle looks to be very good, which is bizarre. But I think the best one of the bunch is probably Iron Juculus, which makes sense, to be fair. Alright, well that's like every Pokemon, basically. Just got a whole bunch of crap now. Oh, hey, another one. Oh, I suppose I should evolve them down here, huh? Am I missing very special ones? What, down here? All I can think of that I really still need to do is abuse a bunch of Chansey. How do I leave? Thought it was this way. Was it around this corner? They're everywhere! Nah, you should not be able to catch them before you've... No, that's really stupid. Those are the stakes. Yeah, the stakes are a thing, I suppose. There. What's the most optimal place to find Chansey down here, though? Because I just want to level up. I want to get all my evolutions out the way. I know there was a cave down here where I found Chansey. You said I had to be holding a stupid item, didn't you? I can't even just kill that Bisharp. The secret cave, this one here? Alright, okay. Oh god. If I ever find it again. I don't remember which direction. It's here, right? Yeah, okay, good. What? Are there things in this rock? Floette, yeah. I didn't see any Chansey while I was in here, though. Right. You don't actually have a fighting move, which is obnoxious, otherwise I'd use you. So that my team doesn't get all messed up. You can definitely learn one though. I'm gonna use you to feed up Chansey. Alright, we've got things to do. Caught like nothing all game. You know, it might be easier if you were like alive. You can have a heal powder because I don't really like you that much. And I imagine you can relearn a fighting move of some description. You are the worst fighting type I've ever come across in my entire life. Don't really want to use my precious close combat TM. Hey, there we go. I'll do. I could scoot around the lucky egg too, actually. Right, now you're sure you find Chansey in here? Online raids for the XP candy? Nah, that's slow. That's good for Pokemon who like evolve at high levels, but I've got a lot of Pokemon that evolve at low levels because I simply never used them. Hey, there's one. Yes. Oh god, I need to turn that off. Fat Yellow Duck, come on, man. Does Fletchling always learn Ember really early? I feel like I don't remember it being obvious that it was going to evolve into a fire type. It's obvious when you start evolving, but like, before that. Good for you. Absolutely not, though. Yeah, I need to turn that off. I never thought I would use this setting. Okay. How do I make a sandwich that makes it more likely to encounter normal types, though? How would one go about doing that? I take it the sandwich knowledge is not quite all there yet, you know? Can't set up picnics in Area 0? That is tragic. Alright, well I guess I'm just running around looking for Chansey then. I don't think it's going to be that big an issue. Level 55 Chansey, like, I don't think I'm going to fight that many of them, you know? Maybe I'm wrong. Shoot, that didn't give as much as I thought it would. I take it this is the best place to do this, though. But if I can't set up picnics, maybe not. Not that if I could set up picnics, I'd know how to make something that made this better. You know, I don't feel like going to every single shop in the entire region to try and figure out which one gives something that gives an encounter power of normal. Timer's last 20 minutes. This is a long way to have to go. Oh. Oh yeah, you can't just fly it more. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I should probably do that. Although granted, I don't know, I was hoping for a recipe. Not really any point me flying out if I don't know how to actually optimize things, you know? No, dude, I turned that off. Recipe, you can go to your mom. Oh, you can go to your mom? Rosie. Sorry, Muna. Okay. I saw that Chansey, I'm sure I did. I mean, they seem to be, like, everywhere, to be honest. They're not rare. Does it really boost it that much? Like, is it really noticeable? Should be the schedule done? No? I thought schedule evolved to level 24 or something. What's your deal? I thought it was a super early evolution. Evidently I'm wrong. A shame booster energy gets used up. I think it'd be cool if it didn't. But I like how much Miraidon works alongside them. Like, Miraidon makes these Pokemon very good. And also makes itself very good. Oh, good job, Fat Yellow Duck. Your name doesn't really work anymore. You're now none of the things in your name. Thin blue Kappa. No, not like that. It's not a duck, though. Although it was never a duck, to be fair. Where's move held item? Why? Why did they remove that option? Aye, right, no, put away. We're not dealing with the lucky egg then. Game Freak ruined it. Okay, great. It says duck Pokemon. It's not a duck. It's a Kappa. And Psyduck is not a duck either. Psyduck's a, platypus. The deck says Caterpie's a worm, so I don't really know what to tell you. You shouldn't trust it. It was written by 10-year-olds. Besides, you can't set up picnics in here. Arvin totally would. By the way, does Iron Valiant seriously learn no fighting moves by level up? Or does it just learn one at like level 60 or something? Fun making sandwiches? Will I though? Will I though? That's the real question. Good job, Muna. turned into a Musharna. If you squint. And if you're blind. Oh, you're gonna become so much less cute now. I never used to like Venonat that much. Like, it was not something I ever thought about. But it's one of my favourites. Because when they released these little plushes that I keep behind me, I forget what they're called. The specific range. Also, wow, my leg is stiff. Pokemon Fit, that's it. I wanted the Venonat one, even though I didn't really care that much about Venonat, because it just looked so fluffy. And it is fluffy. Do you want the Scarlet Pass exclusives? Like you have them? Nah, I've got someone who owns Scarlet who I'm able to trade them with. Stardust Peggy. Yeah, no, part of me wishes Iron Jugulus was actually, Hydreigon, simply because, like, then I wouldn't need to evolve a stupid dino. I don't know, it's just really rude to me that they keep making Dino a version exclusive, because it's like, you got screwed. You got screwed hard. I think I have literally one level 64 Pokemon. That evolution is just way too demanding. Skiddo, you gotta evolve now, right? If Skiddo doesn't evolve right, if it doesn't evolve now, then it must have to evolve in the sun or something. It is not this late. 30 minutes, not 20. Nice. Well, if you ever get the ingredients for an efficient sandwich. Yeah, there we go. Then I'm willing to... Or if you know for sure that if I go and talk to my mum that she'll give me one, then I'll do it, I guess. I just don't want to, like, leave for no reason and not get anything out of it. Ah, Go-Go. I'm so glad you're actually in a game. Yeah, why are there only two? Why are there only two? Two Paldean forms. What's the actual point? I don't get it at all. Whooper and Tauros, that's it. That's all it is. Okay, sure. Good for you. Weird. Like, at that point, why not just say that Toad's cool and Wiglet, or, you know? I see recipes, but it only shows icons and not ingredient names. That sucks. So apparently, is this a thing? Yeah, Go-Go gets Earthquake at level 1. Why? Rice, jalapeno, tomato, pepper, mayonnaise. Well, let's see if we got those things before... Look, it's not looking great so far. I think I have none of them. I think I have none of those things. Potato tortilla, though, that would make a nice sandwich. What is a fried fillet? Fried fillet of what? Why is it bitter? What the hell is this? Tootle always throws me off. It evolves so early. I want to say it's 22 for Tootle. Well, it might actually be 23, because there's not very many Pokemon that evolve at 23, but they do exist. Olivia, I actually caught a different Magikarp, if that's okay with you. Yeah, Laseren. I did beat the game. Orpheus, are you still looking for no spoilers right now? Like as to Pokemon that might exist? Just before I do anything else, quite an important question to ask really, given what's in my team. Is it that bad? I have a Pokemon I think might be your new favourite thing ever. And I'm not sure if you want to see it or not. You don't particularly care at this point? Okay. I'm using it to beat up Chansey. Oh, Umbreon, hey. Those pentagrams? Ignore the pentagrams are fine. The pentagrams are having a good time. They're living their best lives. Four shrine symbols. Right. I don't think Leaf Blade will KO an Umbreon. Yeah. Yeah, Orpheus, I thought you might have some rather strong love for Iron Valiant over here. Well, I decided peace never option. It's like a combination of Gallade and Gardevoir. Nocturnus and Gardevoir. Must be a Titan. It's something special. But yes, I have beaten the game. The credits rolled and everything. Thank goodness. Yeah. People always forget him because he never made it back. Types, fighting psychic. I've not won 8th beaten the game. I'm currently working on finishing off the decks, or at least just filling in all the gaps that I have from that are the Pokemon that need to evolve. There's actually quite a lot of them. Oh, you really evolved off of that? Okay. We're supposed to find Chansey here, Joachim. Grand Vivillon. It was born in a mysterious land. It certainly evolved in a mysterious land. You can learn Gust at level 21. The nerve of some people. What are you even called? Jash? What does that mean? Anyway, my Pokédex is gonna increase rapidly. Huh, wow. Can I learn anything at any level in this game? Yes, and a lot of Pokemon don't learn Jack until really high levels. What, you don't like having Mudshot until level 64 on your Toedscruel? Or whatever level it is that gets Earth Power? Wait, that was a lot. Houndour, Wingull. Houndour evolves really early. That's kind of bad. Yeah! Yeah, some Pokemon I've had an interesting time with this game. Right, is that Chansey still there? I really doubt it. Oh, it is. almost out of drain punches. Oh, Guzmas? No. Huh. You evolved that soon. Okay. Unless you had a higher level than I realized. I thought you were only at level 33. And I'm doing more 5/16. Sure, how I feel about the new Warrior Princess thing? If it makes you feel any better, it's interesting. I've not given it a nickname. It's actually called Iron Valiant. That's the name of the Pokemon. And it's not alone. Alright, time for little Yuri to become a Gardevoir. Oh, you're obnoxious. Oh, when I level this thing up, I have to turn on move learning. Otherwise, I'll never become a Sudowoodo. I've still not... I never managed to catch a male Ralts all game. Like, I tried a couple times, but those Curly just kept running away. Oh, Chansey. One of these is definitely bigger than the other. Don't at me. Glade spawn somewhere? Yeah, but I've got to have a use for my Dawnstone gratis. There's another use. Oh, but I've got like... Right, I've got like 5. It's okay that I gotta evolve Snowdump. Mega Houndoom was fun. Megas were just fun in general. Good job, Jash! I only have 2 Snorunt, sadly. Still, Pokedex doing well. Oh, third one. Oh, of course. I always forget Ralts has eyes. You wouldn't think something with like no discernible eyes would be so cute. Think of all the rewards you're getting from this? That's part of why I'm doing it. Oh, 4th one? Oh my goodness. Chip Scapper! Never let it be said that I don't give Pokemon fantastic nicknames. I love how I was like, oh, Guzmas! Like the only one that didn't evolve. We'll bring you in, but I'm annoyed. Stupid Bonsly. Oh, that other chance he got away. Just fell 2 bucks in one. Oh, I'm really curious about how breeding works. I've still not got it. It's about the only thing that I've been told I have to use the school for. But I'm gonna need to use it for the EV. Although I'm really hoping I'll be able to catch a Sylveon somewhere. Because if I can catch a Sylveon somewhere, then I don't need to do any of Eevee's friendship evolutions. But the Fairy Starfall base in those flower fields? Awesome. Glad you specifically know where. I'm guessing you couldn't be bothered with the friendship evolutions, huh? Please. Oh, out of drain punches. Okay. Ah, you don't one-shot them? I'm gonna be honest, Iron Valiant. I kinda hoped you'd be stronger than this. Right. Just learn. Nope. Just learn Mimic, please. Thank you. Now I can turn that option back off. Do not care. I forgot Stuffed Cheeks was even a move. And EV train them? EV training's not exactly hard in this game. Who the hell's Claw? What's at the back of my party that just learns Soak? I mean, I probably will do some EV training. To get my Pokemon ready for competitive battles. Not gonna be that competitive if I just use the team I actually used in the game, but you know. Competitive battles. Come on and slam. Competitive is 3v3. Are there options to change that to be full 6v6? Oh, I'm still gonna have to evolve, of all things, a Chansey. They're surely not only 3v3 level 50, right? Because that's weird. Right, I've already evolved a Snow. Chansey. Yeah, I knew I had one. I don't know, I can't figure out if I should actually evolve this. Or just, like, have this in the party with a... I don't know. I don't know how easy friendship... Trophies in the game? Yeah, but they didn't do anything with it. So it's kind of here. I feel bad for that. You know what, let's just use an Ether. I have 46. Grand Central Station Disappointment. Yeah, Tropius is... It's... I mean, I said it when I encountered it. It's like, why include it? If you're not going to give it an evolution. Tropius is just one of these Pokemon that it's like, you remembered it existed enough to actually put it in the game, right? But you didn't remember it existed enough to remember that it's truly terrible. Why are there 3 dogs? Why are there 3 different 2-stage dogs? I still don't get that. I mean, yeah, I don't know if I was a Game Freak which one I'd cut, but like, why are there 3 dogs? So I don't think a tailbone exists, does it? I don't think that's how tails work. Right, anyway, that's not what I was looking for. Like, tails don't have bones all the way, do they? It's just muscle, right? I'm gonna have killed so many Chansey. Scarful expert. Orpheus, you're interested in medicine, right? You must know everything about bones. The PvP settings option, very low polish. The credits are choppy. Yes, Orpheus, you missed that. The credits didn't run smoothly. Glitches. I want to like this, but I can't in the state. Yeah, my views on this game are mixed. It's a fun game, but I can't call it a good game. Not even remotely. But Tropius, it's not just the fact Tropius doesn't get one, it's the fact that Bisharp does. And I don't think Kin Gambit adds anything to... Since humans don't have them. We used to though, that's why we have the little bone, the coccyx. Tailbone's rare genetics, yeah. Vestigial tail. Well, you can have full tails if you're like a catboy. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm putting on the clown makeup whenever I'm like thinking in my head, oh, but this game's so close, so the next game, it'll be really good. Come off, considered a malformation? Why do they do that with babies? Just let them have a tail. They're gonna have a tough time in high school anyway, at least if they've got a tail to like whack people in the face with, you know? I suppose you wouldn't be able to use it for much though, which is a shame. But they leave people who have like 6 fingers, they leave them alone. Not always? Really? I thought they just left them with their fingers. And yeah, I know they do lots of stuff to babies and it really sucks. A lot of people suffer in life as a result of that. I think I might have accidentally killed all the Chansey. Oh, in the pursuit of normal? Yeah. I don't get it. People are so fixated on normal. Normal is a setting on the dishwasher? I've never heard that before. I don't know, when it comes to things like that, it's just like... you gotta do it. It's a dystopian poem about creating perfect DNA human race. I don't know, but anyone who's talking about a perfect human race is generally, Eugenics are never a fun time. Oh, youngest only evolves during the day, doesn't it? Ugh. It's not daytime because I'm in a bloody cave. Ugh, get out. If it rains, make sure you got Sligo. If it rains down here, Gradus, I'm underground. God, you're right, those Sligo's gonna be a pain. I might move in my Gumi just now. Waterfalls don't count, bad game. See, this is the thing, right? In X and Y, it varied where it was raining, and that was kind of garbage in itself. So in Sun and Moon, they made it so that it wasn't just rain that evolved Gumi, or Sligo, it was fog. And there's an area in Sun and Moon that's always foggy. So you can actually rely on that. I don't know, the fact you can't use Rain Dance for it's always been pretty lame. Yeah, there we go. You'll switch out for Gumi, because I want to start getting Gumi up and ready. I'll get Gumi up to... well, we'll get it up to Sligo at the very least. Probably up to 49-ish. Thereabouts. Sawsbuck enthusiasts. Salzburg has such a good name. Like, for the one thing, right, it just works as a name. But for the other thing, the SAWS, that comes from summer, autumn, winter, spring. There's my Gumi. Blobby. Autumn is what we call fall in, like, the rest of the world. I don't know if, don't know if autumn's really a word that's used in America. I say the rest of the world. They obviously don't call it that in Germany. Call it, like... I should know this, I did learn this. But I don't remember what it is. Can't fall here. Autumn is used from time to time. I wasn't sure. I figured it would at the very least be a word you would know. Like we don't call it fall here, but I know that that's a term for it, you know? I didn't think it would be a language barrier moment like talking about biscuits. Because I still don't know who decided what, who decided to start calling scones biscuits in America. But it's created this bizarre language barrier thing due to it being used for a different thing over here altogether. But then again, maybe you guys just don't have what we would call biscuits here. Because they're not interchangeable with cookies. Biscuits and cookies are two different foods. Biscuits are hard and cookies are soft, is kind of the best I would give as a distinction. Softer, at least. Biscuits you crunch into. Cookies you chew. Actually, you know what? Why? Though. We lumped it all together. Hurry up. Come on, don't let it despawn. If I can just get away without having to use the Razor Claw, that'd be great. Because I don't know where you get one. I've not picked one up yet. Oh no! Nasty plot, Weavile! Look at them all cheating us on. I mean, they're not cheating me on, to be honest. Quick ball 3 shakes. It's been a pest. I mean, I have to make a distinction. Fair. Do I feel like you're using nasty plot's hilarious animation wise? Does it like close its mouth repeatedly or something? Also, imagine not remembering this called Furry Giraffe. Douglas. Shakes violently. They all shake violently, but I suppose because it's so tall, yeah, it must look ridiculous. Oh, Yuri's done. Oh. Knife was just stumped on. I haven't split them up. I can't believe you actually just. You really call a hard cookie a biscuit? I didn't know that. I thought the only thing that were biscuits over there were sorry, I thought the only thing that were biscuits over there were your scone things. That you didn't have scones, and that you called everything else a cookie. Because you would call an Oreo a cookie. I would not call an Oreo a cookie. Oh no, beat up when there's only one of you. Beat up's such a cool move. It's all junk food. Orpheus just over there like, doesn't matter to me, it's all delicious. A rose by any other name, eh? I mean, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't actually have a Hariyama. I got a weird fake Hariyama. So, Gratis, did you use an Iron Treads on your team? Because I remember someone commenting on that weird Donphan thing you used. Was it actually just a Donphan? Hariyama bought on Wish. I'm pretty sure it's way better than Hariyama. That's the saddest part. Team never had a Donphan? So confused. I don't like seeing the undersided Diglett like that. I was sure you battled someone and they were like, oh, that Hariyama, that Donphan of yours. No? Okay. It happened with two people were talking and this happened. So people had a battle from my chat. Right, get out of here, Molly Dick. Diglett takes long to evolve. I'm guessing because you could actually just catch Dugtrio in Gen 1. You know, I think by far the biggest letdown with the Iron Pokemon is that none of them are Pokemon that aren't in this dex. Gengar, Talonflame, Electros, Braviary. That really is just a team of Pokemon that I think are like and overrated and flawed, huh? And Quaquaval. Who I don't have any... Sorry, Quaxaholic. Who I don't really have any strong feelings on apart from the fact that I saw it and went, I'm very happy with the starter I picked. I think I would have been disappointed by Sprigatito standing up. But outside of that, I think the line is fine. Angry Diglett in early game noises. Yeah, because Diglett's really not good. And Dugtrio's not good either. I'm surprised you managed to use a Talonflame without clawing your eyes out. I mean, I did it in Gen 6, but... Oofed. They are not good. Shame no sandwich making. Oh yeah, I forgot I was gonna do that. Vaporeon, I don't need you. Alright, we'll fight this chance and then we'll go make sandwiches. Is Sandslash in this game? Sandslash got the Sand Shaft, I'm afraid. I'll fight that Chansey too since it's on screen. No, Sandslash is one of these Pokemon that Game Freak refuses to remember they made. It's not quite that bad. There are definitely Pokemon that get hit much worse by that. Gliscor. Oh look, it's Iron Hands. There's a drawing board for the Dream Squad in Violet. I mean, you can just use a Dugtrio instead, it's the same, right? If you squim. So Dugtrio sucked. It does. But consider, it can learn Memento. It doesn't matter that it sucks. Choice Scarf Arena Trap Memento is actually quite obnoxious. You can use a Dugtrio and a Diglett on the same team actually, to get a setup for a Pokemon. Because Choice Scarf, Arena Trap Memento on both, max speed, means that they're going to outspeed basically anything. And it means that the opponent can't switch, so you can nerf them into the ground and then switch in something else that you want to start using boosting moves on. Oh, I forgot I had a Meow. Okay, yeah, we should probably get out of here and make curry, huh? Curry. It's not curry, it's sandwiches. Curry is gone. Is plasma alive? Yeah, that's exactly the reminder I got as well from the meow. I was like, wait, a meow. I don't know, I'm guessing maybe Pokemon Violet didn't do it for them, which is understandable. Surprised Ridley had the strength to keep coming back. I'm guessing it's made easier from the fact that I'm not here like, whoa, this game's perfect and flawless. You know, I'm not letting it away with things. I thought you said I got a bunch of recipes. I get 2 recipes. Gratis. Well, he did give me the recipe at the time, so I'm going to scroll up to figure out what on earth it was. Alright. Hopefully I'll be able to just buy all of that in Mezagoza. I can't really see chat as a result. You got like 100 recipes actually? Oh! Really? Gratis. Well, thank you for reposting it so I can read chat, because I was all the way up there. Go to the sandwich shop in this place. Oh god, do I have to? Oh, there's so many. I have to go to all of these? Oh wait, no, Artisan Bakery's that shop. Wait, they're all the same shop? What? Oh, I guess all 3 of these are the same place. Well, before I do that, I'm going to quickly buy the ingredients I need. Rice, jalapeno, tomato, pepper, mayonnaise. You know what? Can I just buy, like, a bulk buy? There's about, like, 20 of each thing. Yes, I know one of them's an actual... Yes, I don't remember what it's called, but it's Subway. I went there at the start of the game. I don't think I want the pics. What? But I bulk bought. Oh, it was plus again. I'll get there. Oh, that was the 48k. Oh, you did say you spent all that time on sandwich ingredients, huh? Peanut butter, yo. I like that. What's the sandwich shop called? It's bugging me now. It's got a decent pun name. Chorizo and bacon, my favorite foods. I'm actually, okay, apart from like the egg and the potato tortilla, I don't think there's like anything sold here that I even remotely like. Or would eat. Watercress, maybe. Vinegar with chips. Chili sauce is nice. Basil, sure. Peppers, meh. Yeah, this shop's garbage. I would not shop here in real life. Also, it's expensive. See, now bananas, they're nice. Strawberries, they're always a letdown. Tomatoes are bleh. Pickles are bleh. Apples are alright. I like apples, but not the green ones. Cherry tomatoes are bleh. Kiwis are bleh. Jalapenos are bleh. Pineapple's alright on a pizza. Noodles are okay. Noodles on a sandwich? Imagine not paying with LP. I need my LP for all those TMs I keep buying. Oh yeah, sandwich shop. Where is it? What? Oh no, where's Subway? None of these names are familiar to me. Is there not one here? Think about iterate. I swear they were like everywhere. I couldn't move for sandwich shops. Far right, Iona Place City. Levincia. Yeah, they're not on the map. You just have to find the sandwich shop yourself. Why? I guess 'cause it's a building? Well, it's right there at least. Right? That's annoying that it's not on the map though. Yeah, 105 now. That should be it. Although while we're here, how's this going? 3 star pieces? It's like all quality restaurants, you gotta know where to look. 1 fastball? Are you kidding? Kurt, your balls are jank and terrible. Why do they keep making them a rarity? Oh, star pieces again? Is it just star pieces and apricot balls? No! It's just star pieces and apricot balls all the way to the top now. Maybe it'll upgrade into comet shards. Every which way, there we go. The reward for 320. Oh, great. Can't wait. Okay. Time to make my first picnic. If it will... It'd be a bit weird if it let me make a picnic in this town, actually. You really gonna let me have a picnic here? Yeah, I was gonna say it's a weird place for a picnic. Wanna have my picnic on top of that cliff. We're gonna have a good picnic. Get me in a good location. I've forgotten the recipe again. I'll find it later. Mayonnaise. Jalapeno. Peanut butter. Strawberry. I'll remember it. Rice? You got a rice shop? Are you actually get... There's rice shops? Specifically for rice? Is this game aware it's the worst thing ever? Right, rice shop. The North Poke Center? No, there was not one in there. I went to all 3 of the shops that were next to each other, and they are the only shops that are actually in that town. Questia Supermarket is not a shop that was in this town. Well, Orpheus, it sounds like you gotta drink more caffeine. Like, that's all I'm getting from your predicament right here. Hydrate. That's what Gratis is. That's sent to you, Orpheus, not to me. How are you feeling? I'm alright. I'll be okay. I'm not gonna die. Probably. I'm trying not to. I've already bought this stuff. No! Taking a break tomorrow? I don't think so. Why do they always eat my favorite Pokemon? I guess they're paying with LP here, huh? Give us post game? Yeah, we're gunning until this is done. After this is done, though, I'm probably gonna take a break. Like, if I finish this on, for example, if I finish this tomorrow, right? I probably won't stream over the weekend. Probably give myself a couple days to recover. Gratis, there's no rice shop anywhere in this world. Because it's just Artisan Bakery again. I don't remember buying rice. But I've been to every shop. I've got rice. Gratis moment. I should have checked. It's not be listed as for this ones that has a specific cuisine. This game starts run of new Emerald ROM viewers tier. When I finish this game, I will be returning to Radical Red on Saturdays. You know, I'm not gonna just move away from that just because I didn't play it for a week. And I want to do more Dragon Quest 1 speedruns as well. We might grind that out until I get... I'm pretty sure I can get at least second on that leaderboard. Heck, there's an entirely different category on it as well for Princess Percent that I might want to give a try to. Leaving you, thank you. Gosh, that is high up. Okay. I didn't realize quite how high up my ideal picnic spot was. That's on top of a mountain. Speedrunning laddie. I don't know if I'm going to speedrun much other than Dragon Quest 1 though. Because it's an RPG that's all about your movement rather than being about being able to react quickly. If I was going to speedrun anything else, it'd probably be a game I actually know well. Which isn't very many games, all things considered. I know everything about Pokemon games, but like, I don't know if I know enough to know how to speedrun one efficiently, you know? I could speedrun Galaxy. I have created a horrible, horrible category in that game. Oh! I looked at the map and I went, this looks like a good spot for a picnic. And the game went, aye, alright, it looks like a good spot for a... Okay. I absolutely should not be pulling these out of the ground. 8 of each colour stake. That's fascinating because the 4 I've pulled have been different colours. Oh. Oh no, I really wanted to have it up here. Come on, what about this spot? You could definitely speedrun a Pokemon game. I don't know if I have enough knowledge for that. Look at Karaidon over there. Alright, lads, go get the ball. Go get it. You probably have enough knowledge. I don't even know. Wash? Oh my god, I can wash this horrific monstrosity from the future? Oh, there we go. You press Y to switch to it. I was just holding in the Y button. Oh. Both. Pokemon Amiibo was in all Gen 6 games. Make a sandwich. Oh, I have to buy the picks? They're specific? Picks matter? Well, I did find Pokemon with titles. Oh, those still exist. Why is there no sort thing in here? Guess we're just scrolling through for encounter paranormal. Oh, here we go. Great tofu sandwich. But would I be able to find encounter paranormal and experience point? Oh, experience point is specific to that type? That's interesting. Okay. Oh, go on, we'll make this great tofu sandwich, I guess. Find the corner crowd least things for you? Oh, okay. I want to make a tofu sandwich, though. I'll make the good thing next time. Oh my god. I can't pick it up again. Okay. Why does it require so much tofu? Why does it have so much tofu? No one would eat this! Rice? Just a big old... Yep, okay, cool. Avocado? Disgusting. Horrific vegetable. Let's just pile on the avocado nice and evenly. Put the bread on. Okay. Oh, go on, you would eat that. You would eat this sandwich. It's perfect. It's perfect in every way. Mm. Oh, it's like something Shaggy would have made. I'd eat it. 10 out of 10. What is this scene? I love how Miraidon's here, just like always. Miraidon's love of sandwiches transcends boundaries. A tasty Charlotte original. I did that badly? I did that badly that it didn't count as the actual recipe? Really? Okay. Character finds it neutral. Well, in real life I'd find it boufing. Pressing right on the D-pad shows active buffs. Oh yeah, it does as well. Can you stack them then? Can I eat two sandwiches for two different buffs, or do they override each other? No? Okay. That's a shame. That would have been fun. I'm really sad that my sandwich wasn't good enough. I put my heart and soul into that. Sandwiches make grinding faster? Well, theoretically that should make more chancy up here. See, look at all the chancy. There's one. Yeah, this stream's probably just gonna be me finishing off evolving everything that I've not evolved yet. This actually it is working. Look, there's chancy everywhere. God, if you can make one that's got an encounter powered dragon, I bet you can find those stupid frogs. Frigibacks. You can't? Yeah. I grinded my worst fear. Oh, you're right, Orpheus. You've got a point. I'll stop now. One thing that kind of sucks for like Sableye and Mawile, for example, is they can never evolve. They can never be given evolutions. Because that would mess with the canon of the games. It's like, alright, Sableye and Mawile, all these levels will be helpful for the rest of the story. Gratis, you seem to be confused. Because I'm not using any of my team members for this grinding. Specifically so that they don't end up over-leveled. Because that's just the kind of person I am. Iron Valiant's going to become really over-leveled, but oh well. Orpheus, I'm being real. When I first saw it, I really thought it would. When I first saw Iron Valiant, I really thought it would be a Pokemon you would love. It's what I said outright, and then it almost kicked my ass. Genuinely, almost lost a fight because of Iron Valiant. I did not expect it to be a Fairy type. Yeah, I don't know if this really helped that many Chansey up here, but maybe that's because I didn't do the sandwich very well. Because I only got encounter power of 1. And it looks like I want encounter power 3. Because there's not that many of them. I don't really know if this has even made a change. I think I just got lucky when I entered the room. I don't know how to answer what's Pokemon, by the way. I know you have at least a passing knowledge of what Pokemon is, Gratis. Shockingly little knowledge about a lot of the specifics, but... not here to pass judgment. I'm just referring to the accuracy of guillotine thing from the other day. Oh, Chansey on the way out. Good job, Blobby. Just a completionist casual player like Shiny Hunting and filling Pokedexes. You are the most bizarre casual player in the world. Can't remember type match off the life of me. What? Also, I love how that Pokedex entry just kept playing over that whole deal. Type matchup's like the easiest part. The ones I'm bad at though are, I can't always remember ones involving fighting for some reason. Does fighting resist rock? Does fighting resist steel? I don't think fighting resist. No, fighting does not resist steel, but rock. Does fighting resist ice? For some reason, fighting's just not a type I can do. I'm pretty sure it resists rock, but it doesn't resist ice or steel. 18 by 18 strength weaknesses. It's easier than you make it sound. Like, normal doesn't interact with most of the type chart. Steel resists everything. It's... You remember Ghost beats Ghost? The only thing that resists Ghost is Dark. The only thing. Why? Yeah, Corrode. I'm gonna be real, I don't understand why we don't have a move that's called Corrode, as well as the ability. Just like a poison move that's super effective in steel types. I live for Freeze Dry. I think it's a really cool move idea. Steelwing, I hate you so much, Carbonite. How dare you just come in and replace Skarmory? I liked Corviknight before it became a steel type, right? When I saw Rookidee, it was like, oh, Dark. Dark Flying. That's actually not a very used type. But no, it was actually Pure Flying. And then Pure Flying still. And then Steel Flying out of nowhere. It threw away all the design elements that it had before. Just so it could become Skarmory but better. Why? I am so glad Giraffere got an evolution in this game because I felt so bad for it in Arceus. When they gave Stantler an evolution and made it normal Psychic, it was like, really? You made a Pokemon that's just as statistically superior to what Stantler's old counterpart used to be? Really? You did that? Why? Why did you do that? This is not Murkrow Erasure. Murkrow's like the only Dark Flying aside of that. That's not a legendary. I mean, there's a new one now with I'm trying to remember its name without looking at it. I'm so bad at the iron Pokemon. Why are you called Spookweed? Whatever. This thing though, whatever it's called, it's Iron Flying. Iron Flying. Dark Flying. And Fugitive. I don't think that's it. Something like that, yeah, but I can't... The Iron High Dragon, yeah. Oh god, what's it called? Iron Jugulis. I'm guessing that means like jaw or mouth or something in Latin, but it means nothing to me. Should I make dream? Oh, absolutely make dream teams by generation. Definitely more chancy, not placebo. Heck, I'm tempted to do that. I'm tempted to make a dream team for each gen. Although I would struggle in Gen 2 because yikes. Most Gen 2 Pokemon are only good because they got an evolution later. I don't really like a lot of Gen 2 boys. Gen Earthquake City? Gen 2? Oh, the gen with things like Yanma and Skarmory. To be fair, every gen is Earthquake City, because Earthquake is probably the best move in the series. Torch Song's up there, though! Earthquake's just like, it's the best offensive type, or the second best offensive type. Gen 2 is 3 Skarmory and 3 Tyranitar. Hey, Houndoom's good too. And, the starters exist. I think Gen 2 actually has the worst 3 starters, like, in terms of their stats and stuff. It's their stats and their move pools. How did this happen? Typhlosion loses points simply because they literally just redid Gen 2 Snorlax. Okay, Gen 2 Snorlax is beastly and godly, but I thought we were specifically looking at, like, Gen 2 Pokemon. If we're looking at, like, Pokemon available in each game, then, oh man, my Gen 2 Dream Team doesn't have a lot of Gen 2s in it. Ah, it's a shame Ursaring doesn't evolve, eh? I mean, actually, it's not, because Ursaluna, I don't like it. Nope, in here. Like, I just don't like that Ursaluna didn't fix the problem Ursaring had. All Ursaring needed was, like, more points in speed, and it was actually a good Pokemon. They didn't fix it, it made it go on all fours out of nowhere, and it made it a ground type. Why? I don't dislike it for any reasons outside of those. But it's just very much like, oh, that's cool, and yeah, messed it up, okay. Well, there goes Ursaring's one chance to be relevant ever. And you're screwed, Bennett. You can never evolve. Fortress might be on my Gen 2 Dream Team. This is a silly Pokemon. Flying through these Evos? Oh yeah. I mean, it's a really good place to grind for them. Fortress, look, I like Fortress. Heracross would also be on there. And I'd have to rep my boy Gligar. Meganium for the starter. Probably Tyranitar, because I do really like it. But I like the pseudos in general. I'm not really fussed on. Can I fight that Chansey? Cool. Just ignore that Chansey. Just ignore what it did. It's fine. It's a good game. It's ready to ship. I think it's 35 for Litleo, unfortunately. Blobby's level 43. Yeah, I mean, I'm flying through them, but I still have to evolve a Dino. You know, I still have to do the version exclusives. I just wanted to get done all the ones that are in my game. I actually love Iron Valiant. I think it's my favourite of them all. XP Candy's probably easier for that. Yeah, Hydreigon's a special beast. I have never had a male powder in my life. Barely approaching it will cause severe burns? Wow. Also, I love how its Pokédex entry was all about male pyro. What the hell? Poor Nala. Ice Stone for you, Clobster. Sorry, forgot about you entirely. How many is that now? I've actually not got that many. Let me switch out Clobster and then I'll check the decks. I've not even got 300 though, Gratis. There's a lot of Pokemon in here that have 2 evolution stages, so as much as I'm flying through them, I only had like 250 something last time I checked. I hate you, Carbonable. It's another one of these Pokemon that I hate for such an unfair reason as well. Like, The thing I don't like about Crabominable... Oh, you're gonna have your moves put back on. The thing I don't like about Crabominable is that it, Crabrawler's left-handed and Crabominable's right-handed. Yeah, 264. That is nothing. And I don't like that it changed its hand. All things considered, as much as I'd love to trade for the version exclusives with Stardust Peggy, I don't actually think she's here today. Otherwise I would do that for the things that are all equivalent to like Iron Treads and stuff. Right, I need to turn moves back on for Steenie. Alright, Leaf Blade I guess. If you want to fight you can die, but you're not going to give anywhere near as much experience. Nah, but no rush. Nah, because Stardust Peggy needs them from me as well. No, we were going to do it together. Right, I don't need to turn move learning back on yet. Yeah, like it's not actually faster in the end for me to do it with you, unfortunately. What? What are the exclusive pseudos in this game? I know Bagon's one of them, but what's the other one? Larvitar? No, I don't have Larvitar. No. Guys, Larvitar's not in my game. What's the other one that's in my game? Because Bagon and Dino aren't here. It's because no. What's the other one in my game? Because there's two that are exclusive to Scarlet. It's because Bagon's here. Yes. But Dino and Larvitar aren't. So what is the other thing that's here that's not in Scarlet? Dreepy, thank you. Right. So I have some big theories about some exclusives, therefore that'll be in Scarlet. I think it's just unfortunate that it's Dreepy, that's lame. But I think there'll be a Dragapult and Salamence equivalent to the Iron Jugulus and Iron Thorns. Oh, why did Metagross have to miss out? I can't stress how much I would have loved a Metagross from the past. Droopy is cute, yeah, but like, I wanted something cooler for that theory. And I'm fairly confident in that theory. That just makes sense. Still 12 minutes left in my sandwich. You'll be shocked. Okay. I'm very looking forward to seeing them. Even though I'm just gonna see them and then have to trade them right back, but whatever. I'll get to see them. But Stardust Peggy's not feeling very well today, so I'm not surprised she's not here. So that'll probably be a tomorrow issue. Oh, that means tomorrow the Dex gets finished. I love Hatram. I love it. I wish the line ended here. Perfect two-stage line. And yet, had to ruin it. Had to evolve further. Alina, you should now have Stomp. And I'm far too lazy to have just turned on the thing. Yeah, you should learn it at 29-ish. That's when you learned it in Sun and Moon. Okay, Blobby. You can stay for another couple. I don't want Blobby to hit 50, obviously. That's purposeless. I have to go for shiny decks? Does shiny King Gambit look any good at all? Is it the same, like, bluish colours as Bisharp and Poniard? Haven't seen it. Ooh. I'm hoping the shiny makes me kind of revalue it, because, I don't know, it's an evolution that normally I would not be fussed on, but because it's potentially taken away from Pokemon like Tropius, it makes me sad. I'm also generally more critical of evolutions for Pokemon I already liked. Like, I already like Bisharp, and I don't see what this adds to it, and as a result, it's just like, well, you made Bisharp feel incomplete, but for what purpose? Like, Gliscor is my favourite Pokemon, and if there was an evolution of Gliscor, I would not simply love it because they had suddenly given attention to Gliscor. I would be incredibly critical of it. Probably gonna be blue as well, it just has sentimental value to me. I understand that entirely. Well, I understand that entirely with Bisharp. I'm just saying my thoughts on King Gambit. I don't know. I want to like it, I do, but I don't. I love how much HP Iron Valiant's gonna have as a result of this. Just occurred to me. I mean, it's not like the best way to grind HP EVs, obviously, but the temptation to equip the bracer. No one? Oh, 46 for Blobby, okay. Do you see how it moves around? King Gambit? I mean, the thing is, it's like sitting on its hair. So either it gets up and it has a really awkward movement, right? Or does Rock just have to crap on everything, Gen 1? Don't worry about Gen 1 Rock. I mean, Rock Slide's pretty good there, but like... Oh man, Rock Throw's not. Yeah, you need a Rock counter for Gen 1, though. Because I forgot how good Rock Slide is. Yeah, Rock was actually kind of a good type out then. Anyway, yeah, either it does that or it just floats around. I really hope it gets up and has a really awkward looking walking animation. But I feel like it probably just floats around. The Pokemon with by far the best walking animation in the entire series is Cofagrigus. Don't at me. Right, Cofagrigus' walking animation. It has two different ones. And they're both great. It has one that it used specifically in the anime and in It Walks. Right, we'll get there. There's one that it uses specifically in the anime and in Pokemon Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, where it flips onto its back and crawls around like a cockroach. And it's really creepy. And it has another one that it uses in the actual games, if you have a Cofagrigus follow you behind in Sword and Shield, or in the Mystery Dungeon games. And I can't even describe it. But it's two bottom hands. It just walks on them and it flails its hands about, and it looks really stupid. It's like, why did they do that? But I'm so glad they did. Baneful Bunker. I remember it was so cool when I saw that you learned that. And I hate that competitively, Toxapex actually runs Protect instead of Baneful Bunker. Honestly, look up Cofagrigus' walking animation if you want to see it, because I promise, worth it, if you can find it. Can't I try attack, but I love how shiny you are. out what to use these Terra shards for. Like, obviously I kind of know what to use them for, right? But like, never came across that. I guess that's something to do with the skull as well. Alright, Crunch, you can switch out for socks and Blip. Oh, I need another Slowpoke as well for Slowking. Wait, I have another Gummy? Weird of me. I don't have Clive at least. Okay, Blobby, you can stay until Bucket evolves because that's level 41? I've only got 5 minutes left of my meal actually. Yeah, hopefully next time I'll make a slightly better meal. I don't suppose I can like optimize it to make an encounter normal and an experience point normal. Is it just 40? No, I think it is 41. I think Sandygast might be like the only Pokemon to evolve at 41. I'm trying to think though, because it might just evolve at 42. Defeated stat like in Dragon Quest. Oh, Gratis, you would love Sword and Shield then, because it did actually have that in the Pokedex. No joke. And the more of them you had defeated in that game, the higher your chance of a shiny was. Just the more of them. Didn't matter if it was in a row or anything like that, it was really jank. No, it is 42, okay. Does any Pokemon evolve level 41? Only other thing I can think of is maybe Cosmog. They cap at 999. It visually caps at 999, but I don't remember. I think it just kept going. I don't remember. I never messed around with it. It's also possible that that's just not true, because I never messed around with shiny hunting in Gen 8, and that was one of the things people were talking about in the early days. That it was definitely a thing. $42, okay. Oh, you hit level 30. What a horrible little thing. I think my door just went. Stop search for personal reasons. I mean, were the personal reasons that it's a bit crap? I'm actually just eating things in my old age. No, but if it isn't, that's fine by me. Yeah, Sword and Shield, like, I don't think you've missed out on a lot. They're the only Pokemon games that I would never willingly replay. Does Rock beat Ice? Yes. I literally, there's nothing in it for me to replay Sword and Shield. I have no reason to replay them. There's nothing challenging that can be done in them because they're so trivially easy. They weren't overly fun. There's no cool gimmick. Like, X and Y aren't great games, but like, I get to experience Megas. Got that going for it. And they can be hard if you turn off the experience share. Zangus and Seviper are annoying counters. They took me as long as Rotom. I don't think... Oh no, I just caught a Zangus in the wild, and the Seviper ran away, but I got one later from a Terramax Den. I'm good. Good on those fronts. Blobby, you're also switching out. Yeah, see? Zangus friend right here. Shriek. You need a Dusk Stone. So debatably, actually, they took me about as long as Rotom did as well. Stupid Frigibacks, though. Now, Applin, on the other hand, that's a Pokemon I actually need to get a hold of. Although, now that I know how the sandwiches work... I could just fling up a Dragon one. Haven't Spiritomb yet. Found! Yes! But then it used Memento. I used a Quick Ball, and it used Memento. So I found a Spiritomb. I fear I will never find another. Why is everything weak to Rock? Rock is a very good offensive type. Rock and Ice are both very good offensive types, but Game Freak for some reason keep making slow, bulky Ice and Rock types, and they are terrible defensive types. Haven't seen another one either? Yeah. I imagine they're quite rare. But like I say, now that I know how the sandwiches work, made it, what's been happening? Oh, Stardust Piggy, you're here! I have beaten everything. I'm just grinding out the Pokedex now. I've not beaten everything. I've beaten the... the crater. Do you have you caught all of the Scarlet exclusive Pokemon? Like the ones from the crater, such that I'll be able to trade them to you? Seen them all, and they caught 3, I think. Okay. If you get on that, I'll trade the equivalents to you so that I can see those ones. Wait to try and get the rest. Well, you have 5 minutes. Oh, go on. I'll give you time, because you'll be able to get them all within an hour. I'm willing to give this an extend. Right, you've got an hour. No pressure. Okay, where else would be good for... Are they all up high, Gradus? All the stakes. This looks like a spot for one. I'm just gonna try and have picnics at all the stake locations. Most, actually. Awesome. Okay. Well, we found 5 thus far. 1 or 2 are in caves. Not awesome. Okay. They can be... Well, actually, they're not going to be a pest, because if there's only a couple in caves, then I can easily look up which ones are in caves. Some of the stakes do something? I don't know what that is, though, and I don't want to know. I don't want any kind of knowledge on that whatsoever. Oh, this is not as high up as I thought it was. That's a Gimago, at least. You know, actually, as an idea, why don't I go and try and catch an Applin? I think it's the first thing in my Pokedex that I just don't have. Right? I'm just sending you a guide with all the locations. If you can find one that doesn't spoil what they're for, I'm down for that. Oh, I need a male Curlia too. Yeah, Applin's like the first Pokemon I just don't have. So it's only found in that one forest. Oh no, it's found in lots of places. Well, I know where I want to look for it, at the very least. Sure, I need to zoom out further. It was... Ah, it was around here. So it was this forest. Tag tree thicket. Yeah, there's no way a guide is not gonna send you individual pictures of the guide. I mean, honestly, feel free. I feel like that's a lot more work for you. If you're willing to do it, though, I am here for it. Okay, tag tree thicket is this way. In we go, lads. Right, the question is, do Applin just appear on the ground, or do I have to bonk trees for them? I assumed I had to bonk trees for them, but I never did find any that way, so... I'm assuming they're just... Oh, you know what? If there's one good thing this game gives me, I don't need to ask that question. "64 picks, nice." Wait, it doesn't tell me anything. Oh, here. May fall from shaking trees! Oh god! It really isn't trees, I never found any. Alright. What? What do you mean I can't ride my ride on here? Well, I'm still gonna eat the dragon sandwich just in case. Put my ride on. Yeah, I know, right? How am I supposed to shake trees if I can't ride it? What's... Gyarados. Tootle. Flittle. Any useful mass outbreaks? No. Makuhita. Varum. Gotta teach Pokemon Headbutt? Oh, yeah. Make sandwich? Right. Okay, this sandwich is gonna be so much better, you have no idea. Counterpower. I'm looking for a counterpower dragon. Counterpower dragon, level 1. Great variety sandwich. Right, I need to remember that. Number 101. But other than that, I'm looking for a higher encounter power. If I can find one. Level 2. Okay, here we go. We're gonna make this sandwich. It's gonna be so good, you have no idea. Right, so I'm supposed to make a little of the picture then. I don't see a world in which I can do that. No! I don't think this is gonna work out. Ignore that the table can't even handle this. You'd eat this sandwich, right? Mmm. Crunchy. Tasty. I dropped the burger. I didn't mean it. I promise. So you're all late for purple. Oh, thank you. Okay, let me get an applin first. Okay, so I've already picked up 2 purple ones, I think. So for mobile, that's not a problem. Right. I want to talk about it, okay? Okay, this one's gonna be perfect though, okay? Now that's a sandwich. Boom. I mean, I'm being real, this sandwich just doesn't look very good. It's so empty. Does that mean I did it good? I did a good sandwich? All starts with hamburger and make the tallest stack possible. So, oh god, where was it? Was it? It was McDonald's. McDonald's released a custom burger thing a while ago. Yeah, it was definitely McDonald's on their website, and you could make your own burgers and then upload them for other people to like. It was up for like less than 2 hours before they took it down. But someone did that. It was just nothing but patties stacked on top of each other, and its title was just Girth. My personal favourite was just box mayonnaise, which was just all mayonnaise. My question is, why didn't they add any verification to it? You know, like, why didn't they require that it has, you know, bread? I see it. Applin, right there. Boom. Down you get. Hehe. I need 2, of course, but still. That was nice and fast. Applin lives inside an apple. I really thought Applin was going to be the pseudo when I first saw it. Well, actually worked. Look, they're supposed to do that quite often. Applin juice, delicious. Look how easy these are to find. They're in like every tree now. I swear, this is how quick balls are supposed to be. So how do you actually find Zorua? If it's in disguise? How am I supposed to know it's a Zorua? This dragon is kind of weird. Yeah, Tropius could have done with being Grass Dragon, to be honest. Because it's still not a good type, but it might have given Tropius something. Snapple and Snipple. Can't remember what my sword work. Well, it is certainly an offer. Ice type would like a word. It's like Ditto in that if you... Wait, if you do what? I didn't even see you there, Strudel. Lads, that's not a thing. Why have I had such difficulties getting this to work? Huh. It's kind of awkward. I take it it's not the same as Ditto in that respect, though. Oh, wait. Yeah, it must be the same. This must be a Zorua. Because I've already caught an Applin. Stardust Peggy, yes, it does indeed appear that way. Awesome. I got that out of the way. Steak time after steak time. While I'm out here, I'm gonna grab Spiritomb since you reminded me of it too. But then, yeah, it's a real steaky journey after that. 275, not bad, not bad. I don't like that there's 50 Pokemon that nobody used in this whole region though. Oh, I need to evolve those to Applin as well. I'm at least glad I saw Spiritomb. My god, can you imagine if I hadn't seen it? Thought I was playing Dark? Always has been. What type do you think it was? Normal Ghost? Pfft, that's long gone. Did I go right past it? No, it's right here. Jane's Auto's cute too. It's sort of bluish, right? What? But I saw one. I fought one. What? It's raining, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining. I'm confused about Spiritomb, I don't understand. Nah, that's just mighty confusing. That's what that is. Stardust Peggy, how's your progress going, by the way? Because it's possible you might not be able to find one if you don't know the exact location it's found in. I'm assuming it's the same deal across both games. God, it's Pokemon Violet. My other Applin end up? Snapple and Snipple. A couple more, but still hunting for the last 3. Okay, so if you warp to area 3, and then go left, and turn left, and then go until you see a large tree, and then turn left from there, behind some rocks, there's a cave. That's the only place you can get the last one. Damn, let's release it. Gratis, why are you releasing all your Pokemon? Can you mass release in this game, or are you just a fool? Because you could not mass release in most games, to be honest. Don't think you've ever been able to. You could do it in Let's Go. Appleton is best boy. Oh. No mass release? TD says, then why? Why did you release 9 full boxes of Pokemon? That's really cool. Eventually the apple just stops being an apple. Because I like space. That's just weird. Okay, you know what? Right, so Snipple, you are here, but are there any more Stone Evos? I'm sitting on. Apparently I had a Magneton this whole time, by the way. Whoops. Oh, you're not a Stone Evo, but you're close enough. Is it the only one? Oh, Snowdon. Snorty. Yeah, that's it. Just Chip and Snorty. I mean, thank God I didn't catch a, the proper antique one, because I don't know where you find a chipped pot in this game. I love Poltergeist. Tea time's a bit terrible, but still. I'm sure there must be a way you can use tea time in double battles, but outside of them I really don't get it. I just like it because it's cute. Dawnstone. Scrolled right past it. Alright, well if we don't know how to spawn Spiritomb, I guess I'm not catching a Spiritomb. I think it just appears next to the ruins, but I don't know why the Pokédex says it doesn't. Oh wait, no, that's where Snorty's supposed to be. I honestly do not remember who else was in the party. Was it you, Double Dip? No, I've already got Nimbus. I have 2 so blue. Alright, well. Whoever was in that spot, I'm gonna give you good luck. Thank you. I'll check the text again. See if it gives any kind of clue at least. No, not you. Never you. Right. No. Habitat unknown. This is just weird. Well, I know exactly the ruins I found it at, so... oh god, but will I ever be able to find them again? Yeah, they're here. They're right here. Before we go, though, we'll make a ghost sandwich. Kind of power ghost. But only level 1. I'm on level 2. I kind of power dark level 2, but there might be other dark types up there. Whereas there's definitely no more ghosts. Okay, more patty stack, let's go. Absolutely not. God knows what that makes. Kind of power ghost level 2. Ultra. Gradius, you're kind of getting your wish. What in the hell is this? I see why it's ghost. This is going to kill you. Oh dear god, right, we start with the prosciutto, whatever it's called. Use all 3 bits. Close enough. Then we put the yellow thing, potato tortilla, over here. With a burger on top of it. And white sausage things, herb sausage. Which I cannot rotate. So that's great. The perspective changes constantly, by the way. I swear I'm not that bad at this. Then potato salad goes on top of the burger. As you do. Baby Wiglet's new sandwich. Ugh. Perfect sandwich! Please, give me that. That took a lot of ingredients. I'm upset. That's what I am right now. That was like impossible to do. Tasty Charlotte original. Ghost level 1. Maybe I should just take it. Right. Right, Grusha. Can't wait to fight Grusha again. Now that I've got, you know, Choice Scarf. Torch Song. Let's go back. Got it in the cave? Awesome. Two more to go. Okay, I just found the rest of them by walking around. That was the only one that I had to specifically look for in an area. This isn't the right ruins, is it? Why did that happen last time? Ah, well, we got it now. Why does it say it's not on the... Why does it say you can't find it in the wild? Why does it just lie to you like that? Good job, Pavel. Okay, well, we've got Spiritomb at least. Right, is there anything else I need to catch? Because I've got to get the starters from somewhere. Probably a Marl, to be honest, but that's just laziness. I need a male Carlia. Lighthouse on the right. That's exactly where I found them before, so I don't think I'm going to have any issues with that. If I can find it. Further down? I can't find it. It's here. This is tedious. I mean, Stardust Peggy, if you're missing the equivalent to Iron Treads, I just found it in a, like, it was far away from all the others. I'm really curious if there'll be a Spiritomb here. At this ruin. Got that one? Okay, cool. I'm not sure if all of the equivalents are found in the same places. But I kind of assume they might be. I still think it's unfathomably lame that they can be caught before the actual fight. Oh, Marl. Excellent. Got something good out of coming here. Down in the deep part of the crater. Got 2 before the fight. I also got 2 before the fight. But I did not get any of the others. Only 1 legendary in this game? Sword and Shield were kind of the same. There were 5 legendaries in Sword and Shield, but 2 of them people kind of forget class as legendaries. Like, Sword and Shield only really had the cover legendaries and the legendary that the game was actually about. Or Titan's legendary? Not really, because you can't catch the actual Titan. Like, Cloth was one of the Titans, and I just used one on my team. I don't think I have it in me to trade away my Raiden. But I know I have to for Stardust Piggy's Pokedex. But like, come on. It's Miraidon. Here. I think that's where I want to go. What was the deal with the Tauros, by the way? One of them was just a fire type that I fought. Don't get it. Oh no, that's not a lighthouse. Oh, I'm never gonna easily find these Curlia. Water Brain's only one Pokédex entry. What a confusing Pokemon. I still don't understand why it's one of only 2 Paldean Pokemon in the whole game. Don't suppose you can climb this. No. Just don't want to get beaten up by Tauros. Go, 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 go. See, they gunned for me. Well, you never know. Might be a cheeky Gimmighoul up here. I hear one. I see a TM. Why can't I go up higher? Blue Stripe Basculin, it's just 1 dex. Red and Blue Stripe Basculin's always just been 1 dex entry. $50 Gimmighoul coins. Pfft. Oh! Fell all the way through. Got 999. Nowhere near. Never gonna get that many. That lighthouse over there, that's what I want to be. I'll check after I talk to this Gimmighoul friend over here how many I've got, but it's nowhere near 999. I just don't know how to get to him. Yeah, you can't drop off the ladder. You have to go all the way off and then do it from an angle. That's really dangerous. Chemical coins. I'll be lucky to have 300. 502. Halfway! Right, lighthouse was over there. That's where we need to go though, that's where there's Curlia. I don't suppose they respawn, the little treasure chest ones. They kinda have to, otherwise you could just not catch one, huh? They must respawn. Oh, that's Quaxwell. Huh. Must be. I didn't even register that before. Oh yeah, and that's Crocolore. Where there's just Sprigatito. I love how Gratis is the kind of guy who will ask questions despite being muted. So he does not hear the answers to them. Right. There were Curlia over here before. There's one. Hey! Hey! Orf time. Okay. I didn't check. I take it I didn't get materials from these guys, huh, for TMs. I don't think I got anything from Spiritomb either, weirdly. There's a Rotom in the background. They're everywhere. Don't know what to tell you. Can't move for a Rotom. Nah, or if you're good. The Haunter trade. What for? No clue, probably not too bad. Yeah, I don't have multiple of, like, any Pokemon. I like when Dex entries reference other Pokemon. Gumshoes. Yeah, you leave Gumshoes alone. They eat Squavit. Anyone who eats Squavit is good in my book. Okay. Still need to figure out where to evolve. Or where to catch Sylveon. Why are you called Daphne? Right, but anyway, Gratis has sent me 1,000,000 pictures of steaks, apparently. Yep. So I guess we're going to work on the purple ones. Artisan. Ha. Imagine thinking I know where on earth Artisan is. I seriously don't. I don't have a clue. Oh, lake? There's a lake? What? Is this map rotated? Oh, that's the sea. This is art. Right, I understand now. Okay. And it's just right here, apparently. Basically. Oh, I can't Sableye and Mawile evolve because they had Megas in past games, and so therefore they are never allowed to evolve, ever. Looks like it's literally just up here. Yep, go. Heracross and Pinsir? I know. But Heracross is already at least having a good time. Okay. Next one. is, yep, yep, there. Oh wow, really? That's like right next to where I pulled one out. One there, apparently. Or, not quite there. I've marked it a bit wrong, but oh well. I'll find it as a result. I think it's actually down here. No, I think it isn't. I don't know. No. It's like in... Don't know how much go left for stream. Only 20 minutes for now. Might just have to be the purple ones only today. Because I still have to shape start as Peggy. Unless she's not gotten them all yet. This is really fast to do though, the stake gathering. It's gonna suck when I get to the 2 purple stakes that I've already pulled out. Only one left! Okay. Awesome. I suppose if you have the time, if you have a spare Larvitar and Dino as well, that'd be grand. And, what else? Oranguru. And... Stonejourner. I think that's all of them. Map doesn't show elevation. The map is funky. I take it you had to look up a guide for this. Okay, that's purple number 2. Purple number 3 is right next to a bridge, apparently. That one's so easy that I definitely got it, you know? Okay. There. Need to keep switching back over to Twitch. I was about to ask which one. By the way. You go for 4 more hours to have card time, that'd be much obliged. Well, if you've got the... If you've got the points... Oh, I did not get this one. I take it there's nothing in the game that tracks how many of these you've actually... Gimmigle, hey. Oh, we're going for another hour apparently. Okay. Surprised. The others for you too. Oh, you meant the other Pokemon to trade. I thought you meant the other things for Orpheus, and I was like, oh god, I was joking. Is that a Gimmigle? What? Buh! How'd you get here? Only what, 4 AM for you? 5 AM, 5 AM. 3 to reach things happen, so it does. Okay, so you can. Okay, cool. What is this cave? Have I been in this cave? It's not really going to be anything in this cave, but like... I've been in this cave, Okay. What's the next one? Purple 4. Thank you, by the way, for highlighting them as like Purple 4, Purple 5 and all that. I would not be having as good a time here. Oh, it's actually really nearby. Oh god, is it in a cave? Oh, thank god it's not. It is... on this, I think. Thunder? Okay. Absolutely happy to have access to that at least. Shame I don't have access to Blizzard, but oh well. Okay, I think I've only got 1 more left to pull if this is number 5, right? No, it's number 4. Well, I've only got 2 left to pull. Because I've already pulled 2. Said you couldn't do 24-hour streams, you've already got the hardest stretch down. I really didn't think I'd be able to handle it, but it looked... I still don't think I can do 24-hour streams for reasons, unfortunately. Purple number no, purple number 5 is next, sorry. South of Los Platos. Up here. I don't think I've pulled this one. I would love it if I could. Dragon Quest 9 stream was a stretch. Goddess, that was only 9 hours. I've done that. Right? Did I do that the other day at a 9-hour stream? Pretty sure, was that a... Must be getting stronger. It's nothing to do with my strength. Pretty sure I have the mental fortitude to do a 24-hour stream at least once. Why are there just like Gimmighoul guarding all these stakes? I guess they just keep putting both in really hidden locations. Well, there should only be one more stake, right? Of this color. Yes, I've already gotten that one. I've already got number 6, definitely. So number 7. That's in a weird place. Oh, the ice thing actually helps me out a ton. Okay. I think I've already got this one because it's right next to a raid spot. But I'll check anyway. I've definitely gotten 6 because I got it like half an hour ago. So where am I looking for here? I think it's actually here. No, it's on a grassy bit. Oh, yeah, it's on this, isn't it? If I turn the camera... so there's like... Yes, it was 100% here, okay. Purple number 8 is the last one I need. Thank you, Gratis. Okay, and it's interesting that they're all like in this area. I thought they'd be all around the world, but they're not. This is here. I've not been there. Wait. I've not been anywhere here. Huh. Funky. Okay. Well, this will be all of the purple ones. I've got one of each color. So is Lechonk now like the most loved basic normal type Pokemon? Because I don't think anyone really had any strong feelings about any of the ones before. I hear you, Gimmighoul. It's alright, yeah, but like... It's like the only Pokemon I knew about before starting this. Because people on the internet did not shut up about Lechonk. That would just give me 30 coins. What? Bro. Absolute lad. Also, given that I've been here at the start of the game, the Gimmighoul's absolutely respawn, which is awesome. So that means the chests definitely do as well. Because I didn't think the little ones would. What the hell is this? Oh my god, this... Wait, oh, this is... There's only one left. And it's right up here. This is so fitting. Somewhere. I didn't look at the picture for this one yet. I see it. It's up there. Okay. Let's just grab this Gimmighoul. Okay, so we can easily grind out the 999 Gimmighoul coins for whatever the hell that's for. And Sango's right there. This is gonna unlock that, isn't it? The shrine. I have literally no idea what's going to be in here. Whatever it is, I should not have let it free. What? No one expected this. Looks like it might be a ghost type. Or maybe grass? I think ghost grass is my current guess. So I'm gonna try Psycho Cut for a nice neutral damage. Dark then. Great. Where do these even go in the Pokédex? Dark grass. Okay. I think they actually are legendaries. The Tapus count as legendaries. Dark grass, so not easy for you to weaken Iron Valium. Don't worry though, I'll just send out one of my other Pokemon, yeah? Any chance? Worth a go, right? I don't think Drain Punch will KO. Woo! It was close though! Don't be that way. Like, bro, I just got you all the way down. Just stop using Giga Drain, please. That doesn't do any much, but I need to heal. Ruination? Thank you for missing? How many turns has it been? So at least 5 turns of attack, 1 turn of healing. I threw an Ultra Ball early. I thought the Timer Ball might be about ready to start. It only requires 10 turns. Yeah, Timer Ball's vibing. Are there rarely any snail Pokemon? So I have to keep my mouth shut? Huh. I will admit, I didn't expect this. I'm very excited about the rest of these stakes now. This is interesting. But does it have anything to do with Spain? Because what it reminds me of is one of the 4 gods of the directions, but like a Pokemon version of that, how they're all sealed away. Oh, they go in those slots. Of course, I forgot those were. 4 in Pokemon, not legendaries, not sodas. Right, when you say they're not legendaries though, is that true though? Because once again, I need to remind you that the Tapus do not feel like legendaries, but they are them. The Reggies are also legendaries. The power of the Pokemon's awareness when lose the attack stats of all Pokemon except itself. So it's kind of like Aura Break, but significantly less garbage. So I said not quite. Should have said it louder. Right, I think we're going to seek those out first. If Gradus has sent me the location of the rest of the stakes, that is. Otherwise, I won't be doing jack. Because I will not be able to find them. Send your locations now? That'd be fantastic. I mean, this is great, because you can actually just... Thought it was the end of the stream. Stardust Piggy redeemed an extra extend, so I'm going for another hour. Okay, give me a min. Fair play, fair play. I'm gonna try and find the first watchtower where I found a Gimmighoul. I think it was here. What colour would you like? Yellow, blue, or green? Blue. Of course, I have no idea where the stake is for that one. I think it was this where I got my first Gimmighoul. So do they actually respawn? Yeah, because I had to go all the way up, that's right. Granted, I didn't know where the purple one was until I found it, so... Okay. Sucks for me. Oh well. Maybe I'm wrong. I know it was our watchtower. I thought it might be this one. Okay. Blue number 1 is already in my thing, so we're just gonna start as Gradus sends me them. Oh god, that's north. That's north. That's so north. I feel like blue number 1 is actually the one I found. Just due to how much I spent how much time I spent around that mountain. But if it's not, then I'm here for it. This is kind of hype. Well, Gradus, I'm very proud of you for keeping your mouth shut with regards to snails. I'll give credit where it's due. This is miles away, by the way. Like, from anything. I would have honestly not given Miraidon and Koraidon separate Pokedex entries. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I would just have not allowed them to be traded. It's just, it's not right. Are you kidding me? Are you having a laugh? Are you taking the piss, mate? Yeah, apparently they respawn, but I don't know how often they respawn, or if I was just in the wrong location. Right, is this actually in the snowy part? No, it's on grass. So I believe it is literally... Yeah, I can see the tree. I think this is the one I've pulled. Which is kind of funny. Right, but I'm not going to feel comfortable until I've found the exact angle picture was taken at, which is this. So yes, I found this one. Found blue number 1. That's good, because that means the rest of them I have not found. 100% guaranteed. Okay, so this is... on top of this rock, I think. Third Pokemon I saw, those things are great. Yeah, I used it to find the I used to find a Spiritomb really easily. It was very good being able to find a Spiritomb that fast. Especially since the Pokédex says Spiritomb just don't exist. Not sure what the deal with that is. Pant pant. Miraidon, please. Miraidon! Right, there we go. Yeah, we'll probably do all the stakes and then do the Gimmigle coins, huh? Right. Stake number 2. Stake number 3. How would you ever find these? This is just one of many things that it's like... I can't tell if I was supposed to spend... like a million... Oh, it's around here. Please stop that. Well, that's not what I wanted to mark, but... Yeah, I can't tell if you're just supposed to spend like 1,000 hours looking around the entire region for them. Miraidon equals Skyrim horse. Look, Miraidon is something special, okay? Somehow find them. I know, I kind of worry that's what... You arrived at your destination. No, I didn't. I kind of worry that was the intention, to be honest. It's just, oh, look him up. I'll give credit where it's due, though. At least this is... It's cool. Although I think it would have been cooler if it was just one legendary it was for. Rather than 4. I take it they are shiny locked as well. Because Game Freak doesn't want you to have fun. Have brighter beams? Yeah. It would be nicer, but I wonder if that would be like too easy compared to what they wanted. So where exactly is it? Because I didn't mark the bit of my map I actually wanted to. So I need to look at the picture. Next to a tree. Behind a tree. Looks like it's over here. Right here? No. No, this is the wrong tree. Huh. See, this is the big thing about those stakes, though, right? Is that, like, I could have come here and just missed it. I see the bit on the map, but I can't... Where is it? I'm nowhere near whatever that is. Oh, I see it, I see. I don't see the stake, but I see where I'm supposed to go. And... No, I don't. What? Am I in the right place? Tag tree thicket? Yeah. Hang on. I'm not quite in the right area. Like, I am, but... Please don't find me. I'm like driving past it repeatedly. Alright. I don't understand how this little map is the same at all. My little map doesn't look anything like the one that's here. Oh! Oh, I'm facing the... Oh my god, I see it. Right, it's up here. Right, okay, finally. Stunky, Stonejourner, and Oranguru. Would be a vibe. Okay. That was my own foolishness. Right, blue number 4. Looks like a much easier one. Yes, it's... okay. This bit of map stands out. I don't need a skun tank though, like, if you're willing to just give me the stunky. Oh, you see, you respawned already. Oh yeah, how are we doing for Gimme Gold coins, actually? 557, not bad, not bad. At least it explains why Cyclizar is so strong, though. If it eventually becomes a literal legendary Pokemon. Except Miraidon's not really any more legendary than like Iron Treads. Which is a bit weird to think about. It's just a lad from the past. A lad from the future, sorry. I haven't got Miraidon? You making up Pokemon here? So this is... How did I miss this? I was just in this area. That's crazy. Literally on top of this. Apparently I didn't go there when I was catching Curlier. That's a weird looking Cyclizar was the truth. Yes. Yes, this is apparently what Cyclizar become in the future. Dragon Electric. I can only assume that Koraidon is Dragon Fighting. I really expected Dragon Steel, though. I guess we already did that once. Solar Beam, nice. Always good to have a second. So I miss your Area Zero plot. Imagine it's a bit different from mine. It was very fun. I'm sad I won't get to see the one from Scarlet. One of the only times I've ever given a damn about the version differences. Okay, this one's nice and easy. Because it's next to the no-go zone. Okay, it's kind of... I don't know if it's on top or not, but it's kind of in here. There's no flight points really anywhere near that, though. Yeah, to be honest, it's actually probably closest to go from here, which is gross. I can't even ask you much about your Area Zero plot either, because, like, I haven't seen the Pokemon yet. I am super excited about the one that's next to Iron Valiant, though. Because I actually can't figure out what that is in the decks. They definitely do all have the same catch rate, but sometimes it just be that way. Just guessing the mind. I already did. Bro, it's just a full boy! Oh, it's coming for me. Dragonite would never. Peaceful sock puppet. Why are there just Dragonite up on this hill? Down there. It's in the ruins, that's awesome. I feel like they should have all been in the ruins. That would have made a bit more sense. I heard a Gimmighoul. I hear multiple Gimmighoul. The more Gimmighoul in an area, the stupider I feel for not being able to find him. Ah, there he is. Definitely would have made more sense. Oh god, what would have made more sense? What did I say? If oh no, that was like if there's a full Dragonite up there, I bet you can get a full Hydreigon in the other, but no. Dragonite's no version exclusive. Okay, that was number 6, right? Yup. Closing in. This one's right next to a flight point, apparently. Oh yeah. Like right. I think it's right next to this tree. The swords open. Oh yeah. Swords? I don't know if they're swords. They're just like they're big needles. I'm gonna look at the next one I come across. But yeah, no, I wish they'd all been in the ruins. Hey, check on meal purchase current live. You press the right, the right on the D-pad. No, please. Koraidon. I didn't look at it at all. I'll look at the next one. Right. It's right next to a flight point as well. But it's a flight point I do not have. It's up here in this purple goop. So we're gonna get the flight point while we're over there. Koraidon. Mid-Iden, sorry. Got you confused for a guy from like a billion years ago. 5-star EV raid, you feel like joining? You know what? Yeah, sure. How do I do that? Pokeportal, I imagine. But yes, I don't have an EV. That would be very helpful. What's the code? Teddery Bell. Code's a secret, apparently. Oh, I don't know. I could just hop in here and grab this high dragon. S9M two-factor authentication. Yeah, I'm gonna guess if anyone else wants to join. Orpheus, feel free to fly on in there. Dark. Yeah, Hildildo. Okay, I'm happy with Hilda. Grats, do you have a spare Koraidon? Don't just say yeah like it's normal. Okay, we going? Oh no, help has arrived. Yeah. But is it like a wonder trade kind of deal? Because I've done some wonder trades for some questionable things in the past. I got level 100 shiny Parasect that was fully Ivy. Orichalcum Pulse. That's a cool name. Am I right, by the way, in that it's dragon fighting? I don't think anyone confirmed. Did I just do actually no damage? I think I did literally no damage. Is Sheeran I can kill it easily? Lame. Okay, good. I did do damage. I'll leave you use Terra Blast. That's so cute. At least Koraidon and Miraidon can actually terrestrialize. Because Zacian, Zamazenta, and Eternatus cannot Dynamax. I'm glad we got Dylan on our side. I don't know if we'd be able to do it without him. Dynamax is dumb. Dynamax is dumb. Like, mechanically, it's okay. But it doesn't work in Universe, which is bizarre. F to Naga? Imagine losing and dying. Don't mind me using play it off on literally nothing. Enjoy it even with 5 IVs. Yo, the number of stars is equal to the number of IVs they have? No way. I agree with your opinion completely, Orpheus, yeah. But I think that Z moves are way above Dynamaxing. Like, it's more than the gap between Terrestrializing and Z moves, for example. And Megas are quite a bit above. XL. Yo. Are they making 7 stat rates? Well, you can only have up to 6 stats, so I don't know how you'd have, don't know what the 7th one would be. Oh my god, if there was like a 6-star Ditto, that'd be mental. I didn't look at its ability, actually. I should have seen if it had its hidden ability. Oh, I haven't had a chance yet. Runaway. No, regular ability. 7-star Charizard, right? I mean, you say check the news like I can do that safely. Right. I was still going up here, yeah. I mean, I can probably do it safely now. 4 best IVs and 1 very good. The flight point's like somewhere weird. Oh well, I found the stake. That's all that matters. Oh, what? That's all 8? But I still had stake number 8 to go. No, that was number 8. Whoops. Where's the gate? Or the shrine? Well, let's just keep going in this direction. Probably in there if I had to guess. If not, it's possibly behind me and I'm going the wrong way completely. No, it can't be behind me. I faced in this direction. Yeah, it's gotta be... Yeah. It'll be up here, Shrine is in an easy place, very much nearby. More nearby than where I'm going, I take it. Because the music's changed. I went the wrong way. But my character turned to face this way, so I feel very lied to. Hang on, when I land I'll look at the map and I'll try and figure out where a shrine would be. Didn't have to move off the mountain you were on? Yeah. Well, I don't see anything that would really stand out. But I didn't have to move off the mountain I was on, which was this mountain over here, so... Get back up onto it, I guess. Wait, was it this mountain over here? Oh shoot, now I'm lost completely. Uh-oh. Yes, it was that. Yes, it was this one, because like the sun has the water on it. Well, why not try and find that flight point, at least? Maybe I'll... inadvertently... Flight point here? Flight point behind Waterfall? Flight point on this bit of land? Oh, the flight point's not going to come up as you can now fly here, though, of course, is it? So... Oh, I don't know where the flight point is. Oh, shoot. Down I go? Oh, there's a cave. Go up a bit. Go up. Oh, TM. Waterfall. Efficient. Doug Trio, no, you can't swim! You know, sometimes you're just not invited. Doug Swimo. I mean, we've already got a water type Doug Trio now. The Wug Trio. Stupid name. Hey lads, can you... Like, you're really cramping my style. Can you get away from me? Well, this one's gotta be water. Gotta be. But I wonder if it'll be water dark. I wonder if they'll all be dark, because they're not good. They've been sealed away. I love you. But what the hell? Also, I'm gonna be real, I've seen things that looked waterier than you. Beats of Ruin. Like, these things are so not Spanish. I'm just saying. That would have been cool. I'm gonna be real, that's somewhat inconvenient for me. Oh, it's fast. Don't do too much. Okay, good. Oh god, I didn't check what this move did. Okay. Another small fish. Halves current health. Oh, okay, that's fine. I love the small fish Pokemon. Like, Wishy-Washy's one of my favorites. I could tell from the coloration, but I'm really hoping... I really needed to get the spore off. The only way I get the spore off is if it... Yeah, there's no way I get the spore off. If it uses Ruination, I can get the spore off of it. If it doesn't, I can't. Spore time. I mean, we're not weakening it any further. That's simply not happening. I don't feel comfortable doing it. I should have picked up False Swipe. This track is such a vibe. Well, it doesn't really have much. Hey, Noivern, can you, go away? Give me some space with Chi-Yu? Yeah, Pokemon got way easier to catch, and I think it was Gen 6 was when they revamped the capture mechanics. So nothing's as hellish. What the hell are these awesome Pokemon? Yeah, these Pokemon are metal. Right. Should we do another set, or Stardust Peggy, are you ready? I'm happy to do another set of things, though. It's really cool how they're not hidden all over the world, though. You know, like they're around their area. Actually, real quick, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. But then we'll do that. You have Stunky Drift. Okay, you ready? Drifloon. Is Drifloon a... Oh, I don't have a Drifloon, so maybe. Yes, that sounds excellent. I don't have things necessarily to trade for them, but I'll do my best. Right, I'm gonna run an ad first, though. And then I'll be back. Then I'll do the trades with you, if that's okay. Champion Charlotte, that's me. Pierce the Faldian champion. Okay, Stardust Piggy. I suppose I can always just trade you stuff that you don't have as well. Because it glows, which is awesome. I am loving these. Oh. I haven't healed since then. Wow. Yes, Stardust Piggy, I will create a trade for us. If I figure out how on earth to do that. These are the perks, right, of being a smaller streamer. 48962048. Nice, easy one to remember. Yeah, I am loving these legendaries, by the way. One of the worst things about legendaries, right, is that it's like 90% of what you do is just catch them and put them in the box, and you're like, cool, and you move on with your life. But I don't know. That's obviously still true here, but I do like them. And also, you would have been able to catch them before beating the game, right? As soon as you have climbing, you can get all of them, I think. The abilities are very competitive. Not sure if they have hidden ones. It depends on how much they do it by. You're searching? Okay. I thought it would search for longer than that. I wouldn't have hit start if you hadn't... Yeah, there we go. Didn't give him confirmation. Okay. I love how you have Iron Treads and Iron Valiant somehow. And also you have these guys somehow. Whatever. Right, here, take this. Well, this is an interesting trade. I thought we were doing these ones first. thought we were doing the big boys rather than the little boys. But no, no, no. Out of curiosity, do you have a Skuntank as well? And I'll just give you back this Stunky for it. That way I don't need to bother evolving one. Nope, afraid not. Ugh, why? Smell. That's a good nickname, Aaron. Well, I can't. I kind of have to keep the Stunky, therefore. Oh, Iron Treads is now. Oh, it just highlights the first 5, I think. Slitherwing. Oh no! Don't tell me they're the same Pokemon. That's so boring if it's the same Pokemon for all of them. It's interesting though, this design. Volcarona, but it's on the ground. Yeah, I prefer Iron Moth, I think. You have Skuntank? Okay. We'll see what we can do, because I might be able to give something. I have a second Swablu actually. The Stunky's not a problem. It's just obviously I want all my big boys back. Mine all begin with the name Iron. I assume yours aren't all Slither. Firework. Oh, you give them names. Oh, hello, Firework. Slitherwing. Introduced in a dubious magazine? Bug fighting. Interesting. Well, since you give me your Volcarona. Sandy Shocks. I was never, ever from the silhouette, ever gonna get this. What? I don't like it, yeah. I'm with you, Gratis. I'm not a fan of Sandy Shocks. Why am I just all iron, 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 iron? That's so boring. You got Slitherwing and Sandy Shocks. I've just got Iron Moth. Yeah, I don't like Sandy Shocks. Iron Age but futuristic? I guess, yeah. Fuzzball. They'll live for 10,000 years? What's interesting is that the Magneton bits aren't connected. Alright, here comes Iron Hands. For Screamtail! What? Jigglypuff. You got some weird Pokemon! Okay, I don't know why Volcarona was done twice. That's lame. That's really lame. Because one thing I'm liking about these other ones is that none of them evolve. Oh, sorry. They've not evolved. Like, Magneton has an evolution, as does Jigglypuff, but Screamtail and Sandy Shocks have not evolved. Lash. Huh. I'm gonna be real. I'm guessing that these Fairy Psychic, by the way. I thought it might have been Dragon. I'm guessing these Pokédex entries are the same for both games. Or basically identically. Basically identical. Hey, you can have my favourite one. Fluttermane. Ooh. Nope. Oh, interesting. Okay. You don't have a Flaffy? No, that Delibird? What, you don't like Iron Bundle? Roaring Moonburn's one of my Scarlet favourite. I can't believe you're out here telling me the name of a new Pokemon. like 2 seconds before I'll see it. But once again, Mischievous evolves. You're saving that for last. So next is the one that's like last in the decks, basically, right? Next up is Best Boy. I couldn't figure out at all from the silhouette what the next one's going to be. But I'm very excited about seeing it. Oh no, you still have 3 left. Somehow. Oh, of course, because I've already given you one. I'll give you Iron Jugulus next. Brute Bonnet. Why? No, this doesn't even make sense if it's from before Pokeballs. This doesn't even make sense! Among Us. Yeah, why didn't they do a futuristic Among Us that is just a crewmate? They could have done that. I love how many of yours have been in quick balls. It doesn't hurt me on the inside at all that all my quick balls failed. Sus. Sus. Is it bug? Grass dark. Oh, okay. There's a lot of grass dark in this gen. Great Tusk. Oh. They did... Really? They did Donphan and Volcarona twice? That's meh. Sandy Shocks is such a meme Pokemon. Sure, they were the Titan. Oh, it's a Donphan in both games. But why Volcarona? Don't get me wrong, I like both Volcarona designs. Who's the better professor? What, me or Stardust Piggy? Or just in general throughout the series? Oh, next is the one that's like last in the decks. I'll try and find something you don't have. Something efficient to send. See, these are all just like stones or easy things to get. I can give you double dip actually for now, and we'll figure out what the deal is later. Roaring Moon. Oh my god, it's like Mega Salamence, but if it was natural. Oh, Gulpin and Swallow are exclusive? Sorry, in that case I would have given you my Swallow. Take double dip for now, because I need something at some point for Stunky anyway. But yeah, we'll work it out. We'll work it out. I've got a Swallow. Apologies for the randoms for blue. In a netball? What was I smoking that day? So we're sending more stakes for now? Yeah, we can probably get one more stake set done today. This Pokemon is awesome. I wonder now what Megas have to do with Salamence. Okay, I'll start sending them back now if that's okay with you. And because then we still have stuff to trade later on, like Stone Journey for Ice Q and stuff like that. And I kind of want them back. Because I quite like them. Murphy's going to head out, maybe see you tomorrow for a bit. Okay. Tomorrow is probably going to be the last day of playing this. I was saying green because yellow was the trickier to find. Okay, that's fair. Tend to let you keep Sandy Shocks. Nah, I'll let you have it back. Don't worry about that. Have you just caught nothing in this game, by the way? Or is Barboach an exclusive or something? No, evolve most of my guns and not call some. Shameful. Just over 200 in my next. I think I'll be close to 300 with this. So next time we'll be able to finish the decks and do all the gym stuff. It says you still don't have an Iron Valiant. I'm pretty sure it's just full of crap. You have all my team members apparently though. That's the point. Something I'd like to do tomorrow is trade with both Stardust Piggy and Gratis to get your starters, huh? I need to give it little Fuecoco eggs. Although Gratis, you're done already, so... I'll give you a Fuecoco anyway. If you want. If I'm having to breed them. Up to you what you do with it. All mine starters as living decks. Theoretically, that saves me a lot of time. If you just want to trade me them one by one. I wouldn't ask you to do that though. Plus, I kind of like the idea of having each of the starters in case I need them. I don't know though. It's very tempting. It's just, what if I need them in the future? They'd be a pest to get, you know. All right, off you go, Fuzzball. Photosynthesis. What does it do? Because all of mine have the same ability. Quark Drive. Harsh Sunlight? Oh, it does the same thing as Quark Drive, but in Harsh Sunlight? That makes sense. Okay. I love how both of these were Ultra Balls, apparently. Welcome back, Iron Hands. If you go fire back. Okay, and I'll give you my swallow now, I guess. I told you it would work out. I feel bad. I can't remember which one you've not sent me back yet. Oh, it's High Dragon, isn't it? Iron Jugadus. Right, swallow. I don't have a Gulpin, unfortunately, so you're just gonna have to take the swallow. I hope that's okay. You can keep it though. Generous like that. Not a bother. Okay, cool. And then Stonejourner for Ice Cube and Passimian for Oranguru. That's it, right, Grandis? Or just am I missing something like for the 1000th time that I keep forgetting is a thing? Oh, armor boy, armor boy. You don't have an orangutanger? Some help you are. Well, you're not getting mine then. Where's my ice cube? Have a Persimmon. What? I don't need that. Give me your stone journal. There's something else as well. Oh, I just said it. The armor boy. Cerule Edge. For whatever your equivalent is. Stone journal is like the worst Pokemon. These, why are these things A version exclusives and B like still here? Dino, Larvitar, Dragalt? Forgot completely about those Pokemon. Right. Okay, I'm gonna need. Right, give me, yeah. I need all of those. Okay. Do this Cerule Edge one first. If I can find it. Oh, it'll be in box 7, of course. Apparently, you already have a Cerule Edge. I don't care. Huh? This looks like a more straightforward evolution. This fits more. It's 400 eggs without a shiny. Do you prefer the Cerule Edge design? Cerule Edge is cooler, yeah, but Amirage, whatever it was called, makes more sense. Imagine being 400 eggs and being like, God, this is awful. The odds used to be 1 in 8,192. Yeah, when I was watching Nora's streams a few weeks ago, it took her... God. It was like over 2,000... It was over 24,000 encounters before she got shiny. Hey, take this back. I want my Cerule Edge back. I want Koraidon? Yeah, actually, that would be a shout. But I don't have the ability to give you Miraidon right now, if that's... Like, hopefully that's not an issue. but it's not here. I've not taken it. I've not put it as a Pokemon. I feel too bad for it. If you don't have a Miraidon, I can quickly hop out and do that, though. Dude, I just didn't see Miraidon at the lab. It was on a ramp outside. God, that's what earth are you on about? It's not in my boxes. Because it's in my Pokeballs. Catch Miraidon. Wait, you have to catch a separate one to trade it? Oh, I don't trade away my one? Oh, okay. Okay, what were the other things I had to trade over? Master Ball for a reason. Oh, that makes sense. I need her to give over something else. Oh wait, did I? Oh, Bagon! Oh, I can't give you the Bagon because I need it back. Plastic? Like plastic bag? Here, take this. GP Conchita or Mischievous? Yeah, hang on. I can give you a Mismagius. I can't do Dreepy or Clauncher or Bagon yet because I've not evolved them. But I can give you a Mismagius. Like, if I give you them, I've got to go out and recatch them. So I still need Larvitar and Dragalge. Actually, you know what? I can give you a Bagon or a Dreepy. Yeah, I'll have to recatch him, but like, whatever. Clauncher, I don't really want to have to find again. If that's okay. I'll wait until I've got another one. Or evolved it. Superior. You don't have to if you don't want it. Nah, I can't. Nah, they're not hard to find. Larvitar. Awesome. Okay. Drifloon! Yes, thank you. Okay. Right, in that case, I'll give you Dreepy and Bagon. As another request, if you have a King Gambit, I really cannot be arsed doing that evolution method. It sounds horrible. Like, I'll trade it and trade it back to you. Yeah, I've got one. Vibin'. Because I've never met anything, I've never found an evolution method that sounds that tedious. There was no Dragapult. What? How come I had to fight two metal pseudos from the future? I had to do Hydreigon and Tyranitar. You didn't head. Solid name. Goodbye, Ted. I love Dreepy. Such a weird lad. I actually don't think we're going to have time today for the other stakes, unfortunately, so I guess I'll do that tomorrow. That's okay, though. You've sent them over, so I'll be able to still go through them. Okay. Something that you could possibly use. You know what? I'll give you an Appleton so that you can breed it if you don't have Appleton yet. God, you're doing everything you can to not send me over that King Gambit. Still, the Appleton will do you good. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's kind of an awkward one. Like how I don't really want to do King Gambit. Oh, what we can do, why don't we do... I'll give you my Annihilate for a King Gambit and we can give them back. Because they both have kind of tedious evolution methods. You have Annihilate? It says you don't. Venison's the better swimmer. I love Dragalge. Lucario done for either of you? I have Lucario, but I don't have Riolu. If you have Riolo and not Lucario, I'd quite happily do that trade. Yep, that's a solid trade. Okay. She's a prisoner. Why is it not the queen? Braviary from raids. It didn't even occur to me that Eevee's probably a really high level compared to a bunch of other stuff. Oh, hello, Betty. I tried to get rid of you, but I just couldn't. Okay. Level 75, yeah. Guessing raid. In Sword and Shield, you had to catch him first before you found out. Lucario. Now the question is, where did it go? I think it's in box 5. Ironic that you don't have a Magneton. I can give you that as well if you want. You don't have Spiritomb? I traded my Riolo away. Well, that's heartbreaking. I'll take the Braviary though. And then I'll give you that Magneton in exchange for my Lucario back. Because it's an easy evolve with just a Thunderstone. And I've got a spare one for some reason. And then if you want, we can do Spiritomb for... I don't know what else you would possibly have. If you have a Skrelp... or a Drifblim. Anything like that. Like anything that's kind of like an evolution or pre-evolution is something you already gave me, but I'm guessing you don't have a Skrelp. No Skrelp. Have a Drifblim! Excellent, okay. That saves me some time. Right. I don't know why I want the Lucario back. I think it's because it's level 75. I really don't care about it. I mean, this is incredibly efficient for me, I'm gonna be honest. I really don't care about the Spiritomb, you can keep it. I think after this trade, it's all we need to do for now. Unless you want to take back the Drift Bloom and give me something else that's glowy. Do you need to use... Yes, Sylveon would be amazing, actually. If you could give me Sylveon, that'd be fantastic. Lots of Dex Rewards for y'all? Oh yeah, definitely. If you have a Haunter, that'd be useful. I don't see why you would have a Haunter. Like, just on you. Of course, I still need a Oranguru at some point. Afraid not. Well, anything that's glowy, to be honest. Actually, like Love Disc, Alamomola, or Bruxish are the three that are really coming to mind, as they would be helpful. And I guess I'll just keep slowly giving you things back. Bruxish and Alamomola, that saves me a lot of time. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just keep giving you back the Pokemon you're giving me in exchange for those. Want a Pincurchin for it? I've got a Pincurchin. Quaquaval? There's not really a point in me getting Quaxaholic, because I'd have to... You know what I mean? I had to breed it all the way back down, and I doubt you just want me to keep it. You already traded Bruxish? Well, I'll take your Alamomola either way. You're full of lies, Stardust Piggy. Full of lies. Nora. Solid name. Sincere apologies. It's fine. It just would have saved me some time is all. Right, let me write down somewhere that I need to catch Bagon and Dreepy again. Otherwise I will absolutely forget. Goodbye, Nora. In case anyone didn't see, by the way, she raised an insane amount with her Trans Awareness Week streams. Let me get the exact amount instead of quoting it directly. If I can even remotely find it. Yeah, here we go. $13,604. Nora's in chat. Oh. I guess she sensed. Is there anything else we're trading here today, by the way? I guess if you have anything, then it'll come up. Did any have Haxorus, Avalog, Basculin, Medicham, Krakatot, Noivern? Not particularly. I can evolve all of them, or I already have them. Okay. A Quillfish. I don't have Quillfish. I'll take Quillfish. Right. So Quillfish is it. Then I think we're gonna end the stream there for today. Barboach in one specific pond. Really? I did not have an issue finding a Barboach. I guess that explains why Stardust Piggy doesn't have one. I don't really want to give mine away because I've not evolved it though. And if it's in one specific pond, I don't really want to find it again. I'll give away stuff that is like I don't have a need for. It's okay, I'll find one. Yeah, like, okay, like the Bagon, it's like, okay, it's easy to get another Bagon. But if it's, and you need one. But if it's just as tedious for me to get it as it would be for you, I'm not that selfless. Alright, my Dex is vibing. Wait, I don't have a Shellos. Oh, okay. Not getting one either. Oh well, you need to get an Oranguru anyway, so. Seems like a problem for tomorrow. Oops, that's okay. That's genuinely, that's okay. You've helped me out a lot there. Big gains indeed. What kind of gains are we looking at here? Caught 310. Wow, we've got over 100 more today. Oh, I could have done with a Sprigatito egg actually, or a Sprigatito. I take it you need a Fuecoco, so I need to figure out how eggs work. You're 276, nice. Dawnstone, great. Level ball, ooh, good stuff here. Experience Candy's L. Oh, 1 lure ball. 3 comet shards, we'll take that. We'll get an egg on Oranguru for tomorrow or anything else. I would ask you for a Quaxley egg, but that feels... I don't know. Up to Gradus really on that one. If it's important to him or not. That, because he's already done with his deck. So if there's anything you need as well, I can try and find it. I just have a lot of that needs to be evolved. 1 heavy ball. Hey, heavy balls aren't... Oh god. They have no purpose in this game. They have no purpose. The Miraidon and Clauncher. Oh, yes, okay. Miraidon. I need to catch one. Right. Big on GP. And I'm also going to write down about Clauncher and Miraidon. And Haunter. Actually, you know what? No, that doesn't matter. I've got a pink Urchin and I'm not in love with it, so sure. Saving your Pokemon adventure. Okay, well. Good night, thanks for this time. Good night indeed. I'll see you tomorrow for what is probably going to end up being the final stream for this, which is very sad, but all good things must come to an end. Farewell to you all. Good night. 90 Pokemon? Nothing. I'll fire through it. Good night all.